Call to order the Reno City Planning Commission September 20th, 2017 meeting. And if we could all join Commissioner Johnson in leading us in the pledge today.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Michelle, can I have a roll call, please?
Sorry about that. Mark Johnson,
Here.
Britton Griffith Douglas,
Present.
Ed Hawkins,
Here.
Paul Levis,
Here.
John Marshall is absent, Kevin Weisky,
Here.
Peter Gower.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will do public comment. This item is for either public comment on any action item or for any general public comment. And I do have a request to speak form reminder. If you have a public comment to make at any point during the meeting today, whether now or during our public hearings, if you could just fill out a request to speak form. And the first one I have for this public comment is James Kazera.
Hello, my name's James Kazera. I'm a Cold Spring resident, and I'd like to say that we had a lightning strike on their ranch or this Stonegate project up on the backside of the hill, directly behind our house. And when my sister called in, we got a big response, and the two planes put out the fire, but Truckee Meadows Fire Department was there, the Forest Service trucks were there and tankers, and I'm assuming Reno fire trucks, because they were on both sides of the highway where their old farmhouse used to be. And the traffic still could go up and down the road, but that was their command center, and they could see all the hills all the way around. And we had a fire truck in our backyard for a while, then it moved 2 doors down, and there was other brush trucks going up and down all the streets because the fire was putting up ash, and it would rain down ash. It was burnt out by the time it got to us because the fire was put out so quick. But without that road there, the fire department wouldn't have any place to set up a command center and hadn't dispatched the tankers in which direction or whatever. Also, on their plan, on their book, they do not show that they have to do transition houses from our property to their property. So they have to put large lots, single family, single story houses in, then they have to go to 2-story, smaller lots. And then what the bulk of their thing is 3-story, 10 3-story units to an acre, which makes them long and narrow. And they're going to be parking 2 cars in the first floor, living on the second and sleeping on the top. And they're going to have to, even if they have a fire department, get it sprinkled, because the fire, if it breaks out, would trap them really quickly on the upper floor, or the smoke could do them damage also. And they did away with their common area. They need that common area because at 5,000 homes, that's going to be 10,000 adults going to want to play basketball and something like that. They also have to put in like a boys and girls club, because that means they're going to have 10,000 kids out there, various ages, and they'll have no place to go or do anything. And with that common area taken away, there's nothing but that hill that caught fire and a small little park up the way, and that's not going to do any good for them, and it's just going to cause trouble. Well, I'll have to come back on my other one. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make a public comment at this juncture?
Oh, Stonegate, sorry.
Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close general public comment, and we'll move on to item number 4, which is approval of the minutes. Looking for, or I should say, our first set of minutes is for our regular meeting on June 29th. Looking for a motion to approve those.
Commissioner Weisky, so moved.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Commissioner Olivas, I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Abstentions?
Commissioner Johnson, abstention.
Commissioner Griffith, abstain.
We have 3 votes in favor and 3 abstentions.
Vice Commissioner Hawkins abstaining.
4 in favor.
You need 4.
Okay. Did I just miscount?
Jim Marshall was here.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, who else abstained? Okay,
Commissioner Johnson,
and Hawkins?
okay. Are we good? Okay. Next set of minutes I have then is August 16th. Looking for a motion.
Commissioner Johnson, move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Hawkins, second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Abstentions?
Commissioner Weisky, abstention.
Commissioner Griffith, abstain.
Okay. So that motion carries 4 in favor with the 2 abstentions. Thank you very much. City Council liaison reports.
I have nothing from Councilwoman Beckus today.
Okay. So we'll move on to our next item on the agenda then, which is item number 6, unfinished business and public hearings. This is case number LDC 17-00008 and LDC 17-00009 Stonegate Master Plan and Planned Unit Development Zoning Map Amendments. And I should say before, I'm going to turn it over to Heather in just a minute for a presentation from staff. This is our 3rd public hearing that we've had on this item. At this point, we are moving from our last meeting. We made it most of the way through questions. We're at the point where the commission is going to discuss the item. Heather's going to fill us in. There were a few things that came up between the last meeting and now over the past 2 weeks that she's going to fill us in on, so we may have some additional questions. I think I covered it. If I missed anything, Heather, take it away.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Gower and Planning Commissioners. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. At the August 30th meeting, the Commission did vote to continue the discussion of the item. During that period in between, the applicant has been working with staff on multiple issues that were identified as concerns as a part of the handbook. And those items that had been identified included housing diversity, specifically in the multifamily designation in the PUD. The applicant has requested the addition of single-family detached residential within that unit, and will add a standard that the density for that be required to meet the minimum density of 21 dwelling units per acre. Staff is in support of that request and change. Street sections, through discussion with the applicant, modifications have been made to the street section design contained in the handbook that meet AASHTO design guidelines that include clear distances from the drainage channels, from the travel lanes. And in addition to that, the applicant has proposed the addition of extra large trees, which would be identified in the handbook as being trees that are a minimum 3.5-inch caliper in size and for deciduous trees, and 12 foot in height for evergreen trees. In addition to that, standards are going to be added to the handbook as an overall standard that 80% of all trees within the development be non-columnar. There's a lot of space within this development to have the addition of these trees, and that is in an effort to move forward with the Relief Reno initiative that Council has kicked off. And with that, staff does feel that the modified street sections do help to improve our concerns or to address the concerns that were related to safety perspective on that. I would be happy to have Janelle address any questions you may have on that item. With regard to traffic, staff is still recommending that incorporation of Condition 3 outlined in Exhibit 2 be incorporated into the handbook. That would require adequate infrastructure capacity improvements to be in place prior to development of the Stonegate phases. With regard to super pads, the staff report outlines modified language to be incorporated into the PUD handbook that would require super pad parcels to be a minimum of 9 acre in size, with a couple of exceptions that are outlined in the staff report. With regard to signs, a display had been provided to city staff that showed 8-foot tall sign letter height on a display that I scaled down to show a human scale to that. Some of the elements, the gate elements with the architectural structures were up to 35 feet tall, and the sign itself with 8-foot tall letters was really out of scale with anything that you would have on a human scale or vehicular scale, and really out of scale with anything that we have in the city of Reno today. With that, staff would recommend that the signs have a maximum 36-inch letter height for the primary gateway sign and a maximum of 60 square feet in sign area. And on the secondary gateway sign, a maximum square footage of 40 square feet and a maximum letter height of 30 inches. That will help to provide a more human scale entering into the development, and staff feels that that would be more compatible with surrounding areas and with signs that serve as primary entry points to other developments. The applicant had modified the gateway sign heights as staff had recommended at the last meeting, and we are supportive of those heights that are listed in the handbook. With regard to the land use table, with noting industrial uses that were primarily outdoors, being outdoor storage and outdoor manufacturing uses, staff does still feel that those uses are not appropriate to this area based on visibility from the freeway and compatibility with surrounding potential uses that would include multifamily development and a possible high school site. So staff would recommend that outdoor storage and outdoor manufacturing uses be prohibited in the industrial area of the town center. Staff has forwarded multiple emails received in opposition of this request. Primary concerns really relate to traffic, the frontage road. The planned unit development does not currently address ongoing connectivity with the introduction of phase 1 to that development of that frontage road. The applicant has proposed incorporation of language that will provide connectivity throughout the lifetime of the Stonegate development for that frontage road to allow for secondary access from the northwest through the site. With that, staff's recommendation is for approval of the request, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Heather. So we will get an opportunity to ask questions of staff and the applicant. Before we get there, 2 items. I'm going to ask for disclosures from the commission. We'll start with Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, I've previously visited the site, spoke with the applicant's representative, and received emails.
Commissioner Johnson, as did I.
Commissioner Gower, as did I.
Commissioner Griffith, as did I. In addition to, I watched the June 29th video.
Thank you.
I visited the site. I talked with the applicants and the applicant's representative in emails.
Commissioner Weisky, as did I.
Thank you. So at this point, it is a public hearing item, so I'm going to open the public hearing. And again, if you are going to make a public comment and you haven't filled one of these out, please do so. I have 3 minutes. Once you get up to the podium, just make sure to introduce yourself so we know who you are. And I'll go ahead and open it, and we'll start with James Kazera.
Hello, my name's James Kazera. I'm a Cold Spring resident. What you have to do, and I don't know if it's in your scope yet, is last year's rainfall for that whole area, you're gonna have to find out how many cubic feet that is. And they are gonna have to dig out White Lake to make room for all that water. White Lake generally dries out during the summer and it's still there and it's still high. And if we have another wet winter like last winter, Cold Springs is going to be flooding too. So they're going to have to figure out how many cubic feet of water all that does on all their acreages, and that means by the proposed school and that, because on their last thing, they were even taking away part of the lake for this industrial part of it. So they're going to have to dig that out to make room for all of the new water, because this project is so big, you got to think of it as a large apartment complex, because there's so many buildings and so many roads, and the water is just going to be running right into the lake, and there isn't room for it as it is now. Also, they still haven't fixed the drainage ditch behind our place. So if they don't do it by this winter, it's going to be flooding, putting water into our property again and our neighbors. And that's not right, and they should have been fixed a long time ago. I told them a long time ago about that problem. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Michael DiMartini, followed by Frank Schenk.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael DiMartini. I'm here in representing Water Rights Permit 31321, which is relevant to this Cold Springs Valley. It amounts to 2,000 acre feet. We have just made application to the State Engineer's Office, Division of Water Resources, to have them, for good cause shown, grant an extension of 5 years for this water rights permit. It's for 2,000 acre feet. The state, as of yesterday, and I received in the mail today, the approval of that extension of both the proof of completion and the proof of beneficial use for the water that flows into and is part of White Lake. There is also an application that's not yet approved at the State Engineer's Office for 2,500 acre feet for the purpose of providing flood protection for the fears like have occurred this last year that the water just might keep rising. At this point in time, there's substantial water of thousands of acre feet still in the White Lake. We've reached the end of the evaporation season. It's possible, well, not likely, that we could have a repeat of the rainfall last year, which is not rare. These rainfalls have occurred in 1955, 1963, 1997, 2000 and whatever, substantial rainfalls. So they could occur again. This other application at the State Engineer's Office would help supplement this permit for that flood protection. I believe the conditions of approval are such that everyone is proactive to maximize the beneficial use of the water and minimize the importation of water in Cold Springs. And so I don't think there's anything that prohibits that use, and so I'm not for or against this application. I think that the conditions should cover the proper utilization of the water. Thank you very much.
Okay, Michael, thank you. Frank Schenk? followed by Kathy Carroll. Frank, if you could just flip that one more time around. Other way. There we go.
My name is Frank Schenk, and I decided to take a photo because the area right there is where they want to build a school. And to me, that's crazy. When I went to the last meeting and the school representative said, we'll take it, we'll do it because we're desperate for land. So I decided to go to one of the trustees yesterday at the school district, and I showed him a picture of the water, and he said there's no way that they'd ever build there. So I think, he said there's no land at all for schools. It's a real critical stage for the school district. So I really wish that they would not just in the area of Stonegate, but other areas around Reno. It's really need to get caught up first for the schools because there's a long wait. All right. Also, when I attended the meetings, when the Evans Ranch development was going through the process of going through the city council, Councilman Dortch asked if the developer would agree to building a substation and paying for a police officer 24 hours a day. Even Evans Ranch agreed. Why couldn't Stonegate development without having a police officer? Instead, Stonegate would depend on having a highway patrol officer in the area or sheriff's deputy instead. That's even if there's an officer in the area available. Stonegate would be a good place for thieves to break in because there's not going to be any police. The third note I have, I wish it was public what the city has agreed with Stonegate on fire trucks. Last meeting did not seem to show much clarity on whether there will be an empty firehouse or one with the fire trucks. It's silly to me to build homes with sprinklers until there is a firehouse with fire trucks. I fear that there will be an empty firehouse. I have a strong suggestion to have a volunteer fire department in place with fire trucks for the time being. It would be better than nothing. I talked to NDOW and they stated deer would be displaced if the Stonegate development goes through. Another point I had no idea that air quality controls stated that the quality of air would be worse in Cold Springs because of the increased traffic that would be caused from Stonegate development. The suggestion of putting outlets for electric cars was a great idea and should be implemented. My last point is 395 should be widened before Stonegate starts building. If not, I strongly believe it will double the time to get to work. As of now, it takes me around 50 minutes to get to work in the morning with no traffic. It's about a 50-minute drive to downtown Reno from Cold Springs when there's no traffic. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Carroll.
At the end of last week or the beginning of this week, they tested water samples at Swan Lake, Lemon Valley, and Dry Lake, and they found E. coli in the water. This is the place, Dry Lake is the place where they plan on building the school. I wouldn't want any of my children to go to school at that place. The signage that they want to still build out there, to me, is just asinine. As far as the last fire that was out there on their property, they brought CAL FIRE in. Who's paying for that one? Is that Nevada? Is that California? For them to still want to build out there is crazy. The commute, for me to go to my doctor takes 45 minutes from my home in Cold Springs. The traffic out there right now is just crazy. And to add the more cars out there, I just don't understand it. I can't wrap my brain around it. No fire department, no police. I'm asking you, please, don't do it. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. That is the last request to speak form that I have Anyone else wishing to make a public comment at this point? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission. So just a reminder, we do have an opportunity to ask questions still, even though we're primarily at discussion. We have the applicant's representative here, members from various agencies, staff. Who'd like to start us off with questions, if there are any? Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. This question's for Angela Foos. With the new changes to the sign height and everything, is Stonegate good with everything there?
We are not. At the last Planning Commission meeting, the handbook showed 300 square feet for our primary and secondary gateway signs. We reduced that to 200 square feet in size, and we also took structures out of the sign section. So now what we're talking about is not the tall structures. We're talking about more of a wall-type sign, a monument sign, and so we are asking to go with the 200 square feet. We did confirm that that was an appropriate sign size, and we talked to a sign company. And they actually put this figure together. So before we proposed 200 square feet, we talked to Julie Sign Company and said, what is an appropriate size sign for this monument sign? And that's where this calculation came from, so 204 square feet. And again, you're not measuring the height of the structure, you're measuring the height of the letters. And just to kind of give you maybe something to compare that to, again, I'm going to go back to that sign out in Wingfield. So the windmill has no logos or signage on it. There's I call it more of a wall sign in front of the windmill. And I went out and measured those letters, and they're about 3.5 feet wide by 4 feet tall. And if you've driven by, it's a sign that you notice, but it doesn't jump out at you as something that's kind of over the top. And so when we looked at that, we said that this makes sense, because if we look at other signs in Reno, there's really no good example of what we're trying to do. But Wingfield's probably the closest thing we can come up with. And then again, based on a sign company and using their technical expertise, we scaled it down to 200 square feet. So we would prefer to keep it at 200 square feet just for those two gateway signs that we talked about, the primary and the secondary gateway signs.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, can I jump in on that, please? Angela? So you're saying that you're comparing this sign that is before us today with an existing sign that's in Sparks that you feel works, correct?
No, I was trying to give you an example of a sign in this region that you could go to and say, I've driven by a sign of similar size, and is it noticeable, or is it something that stood out as memorable? And if I look through the entire community, whether it's Arrow Creek or Montreux or Somerset, I couldn't find a good example. We just don't have a lot of good examples of what we're trying to do here. But I did find the sign out at Wingfield was probably the closest thing I could find in the Reno Sparks community.
And those have 3.5 foot tall letters?
4 feet tall by about
4 feet
3.5 feet wide.
Okay, so with a letter that's 4 feet tall and you call that a memorable sign, why are you wanting to take this sign to 8 foot tall letters if it's a memorable sign at 4 feet?
Yeah, and that's really, I drive out there every day, so I look at it every day, and it does not jump out at me as something that is noticeable. It blends in with the surrounding. There's houses in the back. There's a lot of vegetation around it, so you don't even notice the sign until you're looking for it. And so that's why I said that's probably the closest thing I've seen in the entire community, and it really doesn't do justice to Wingfield. Unless you're looking for it, you're not going to notice it. So if I took that as a comparison and said 4 feet tall compared to what we're proposing at 8 feet tall, that gives me a better scale of what we're trying to achieve.
And the roadway speeds are the same?
On
For Wingfield, where this sign is that you're discussing, and where these monument signs are going?
I believe on that portion of Wingfield, that's Vista, it's probably 35 to 40 miles an hour.
Uh-huh.
And this is at the entrance, so as you're turning into the project, The speed limit has yet to be determined, but it's probably in the 35 to 45 mile an hour speed zone.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. I'm gonna ask Heather, I think, on the same question. I'm getting there's a staff recommendation for the actual sign size. I'm sorry, I can't find what that recommendation is compared to the 200 square feet that the applicant is asking for.
I can restate it, and
Please do.
a colleague of mine was able to bring the scaled drawing down that was not in my packet. So this is a drawing where I scaled out the 8-foot proposed letters into a 6-foot tall human person and scaled out the rest of the architectural features within that sign. And what you'll find is the monument structure itself is 20 feet tall. The base of the sign below the letters would be 4 feet tall. And with the primary entry sign, the proposed monument height would be 12 feet as per the handbook as modified. And in the secondary entrance, which is in the northwest area of Phase 5 adjacent to the existing residences, that sign is proposed to be 8 feet tall itself, the monument structure. And staff's recommendation with regard to this is on the primary gateway, so the primary entry coming off of White Lake Parkway, 36-inch maximum letter height and 60 square feet. And on the secondary gateway sign, 40 square feet and 30-inch letter height.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Weisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can stop me at any time, but right now I have 6 dedicated questions. So if anybody wants to jump in on any of my questions, that's fine. If you want me to take a break and let somebody else go as I get into them, that's fine also.
Okay,
We'll,
fire away.
thank you. Let's start with Janelle, please. Janelle? Janelle, one of the things that we haven't, at least I don't recall diving into, is the drainage that goes under 395 to Whites Lake. And I know, I don't want to make this statement. Janelle, do you have enough information to determine at this time whether or not the handbook, the way it's written, gives engineering enough information to determine whether or not the proposal will work?
Janelle Thomas, senior civil engineer for the record. Yes, we actually do have a preliminary drainage report that was submitted with this application. It is in your packet, but it's quite voluminous, as is the rest of the packet. But the proposal at this point is to follow the design criteria that has been set forth in the Truckee Meadows Regional Drainage Manual. That includes on-site detention as well as volumetric mitigation for a closed basin facility. This is a closed basin facility. White Lake is a closed basin. So the proposal is to follow those standards within the code that we have in place.
Okay, and is there provisions within the handbook that allow City of Reno Engineering to review the calculations as they come in, as development grows and expands, to make sure that the applicant is within basic design parameters, if you will, that the system will continue to work, retention basins continue to work, and the flows that leave Stonegate going to Whites Lake are appropriate as deemed by the standards that you've just discussed?
Yes, we do have provisions within the handbook on the delivery of those final hydrology report documents, and they are within each phase. We are also looking at the overall development and making sure that we have adequate property in place for that volumetric mitigation up front, so that land can be dedicated for that purpose and deed restricted.
Okay, and I believe this goes into what Mr. DiMartini has discussed with us the last two meetings he's attended. The water that is considered drainage water or flood water, I could not find anywhere in my readings, at least my understanding, that any of those waters were to be used for anything else other than to be, the water would either evaporate or go back down into the water table, whether it stays on site or continues on to White's Lake. Is that a correct interpretation on my behalf?
And that is a correct interpretation, that the playa currently, it either evaporates or it infiltrates. And so the reuse portion that I believe Mr. DiMartini was referring to, I am not aware of any kind of stormwater reuse that is proposed in the development. There is a water reuse associated with the sanitary sewer
Right.
plant, and there are provisions, if that capability becomes available, that they will use that for irrigating their common areas and landscaping.
Perfect.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You
I
bet.
have no further questions for you, Janelle.
Okay.
No? Okay. Heather, you're next, please. Heather, can staff, through its own generation or through Planning Commission or City Council, request a change to the PUD handbook should it be necessary in the future? Because something in the handbook is not either up to date or going in the direction of city ordinances, county ordinances, state ordinances, that type of a thing.
Absolutely. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. Yes, the handbook does provide guidelines for the handbook amendment, which would allow for the City of Reno or the master developer to initiate an amendment to the handbook.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Keep going.
Okay, I'm just checking, make sure. Angela, you're next.
It's like the DMV up here.
Yeah. There'll be numbers soon. The pedestrian connection to the proposed high school site, or let's just say to the north side of 395. Can you tell us what it will look like, where it's being proposed, how it would be constructed, those types of things?
So here's a map, and we have 2 points of connection, pedestrian connection. One is going to happen when this happens. So when those roadway improvements take place, and again, that's based on actual traffic counts, then that connection will be made. Probably the faster, the more quick one that will happen related in this area, generally here. And that will happen as part of the drainage improvements. And that will be under the freeway. We do have language in the handbook specifically for that connection from the south side of 395 to that north side of 395. And it allows for, I believe it's an 8-foot wide pathway, so it could be used for bikes or for walking. And really, I think what's going to happen is once that high school comes in, that's probably going to be the trigger when you're going to see a lot more pedestrian activity. And then that's going to pretty much speed up that process to make sure that connection's in place and that it provides that connectivity for the kids that are crossing.
Okay, so it would be underneath 395?
It will. And we have, as part of our drainage design, we have a wide and tall culvert, culvert crossing. And so that will take place through that culvert crossing.
Okay. Has Stonegate presented this to NDOT, and are they, do they have a standard or a process or a plan that allows for this type of a passageway?
So NDOT has been involved in all of the handbook revisions. They've received a copy of it. We've had ongoing discussions for the past couple years with them. Anything that happens related to that frontage road has to go through NDOT for review. So that process will continue as we move forward with the drainage design, with those intersection improvements. But we've had preliminary discussions with them about this whole concept, just in general related to crossing under 395 for the drainage.
Including the pedestrian crossing, and they're okay with that?
They've seen that as part of the handbook amendment. And so we haven't had a specific discussion to ask them what their minimum size and qualifications are going to be. But everything's been included, and we've had discussions with them about that concept.
Okay, so what is Stonegate willing to provide if that passageway under 395 is not accepted by NDOT or in place prior to the high school being built?
We do have some language in the handbook that says a connection will be provided. And so we have, as part of our trail plan, we have 2 areas where we're showing it's going to happen. But there's also, I think maybe going back to your point, if for whatever reason that interchange doesn't happen in a timely manner because the traffic's not there to warrant it, there are other options to put in a pedestrian connection before that interchange happens. That's not desirable because you want it to be more of a master planned idea rather than kind of piecemealing it. But there are alternatives if timing-wise some of these improvements aren't in place when that connection needs to happen.
Okay. That's the first question. You get several more. The frontage road, north of the project, but on the south side of southbound 395. Can you describe to us what the timeline is for keeping that frontage road accessible and then taking it away, if you will, and rerouting it through as your final designs show for Stonegate?
Ultimately, that frontage road is going to go away and access, let me move some stuff. Access from here will be able to navigate through here. So that's ultimately how that will work. And that will be a phased approach because that frontage road impacts phase 1, phase 2, and phase 5. So there'll be temporary roads put in so that connection is able to move forward no matter what phase we're in. For instance, if we're in phase 1 and the frontage road goes to here, we may have to put a temporary connection through this development to cut through here. We have added some language into the handbook so that that frontage road is never allowed to be cut off. It has to be perpetuated and access has to be provided for these individuals here to be able to get here.
Okay. If you would share the microphone with Heather for 1 second, please. Heather, you've just heard Angela describe what's been added to the handbook. I would just like to hear staff's position, whether staff is in agreement with that or not.
Yes, the language that's been added.
As far as the keeping the frontage and access available.
Yes, staff does support the modification in the handbook that includes that connected or continued connection.
Okay, great, thank you. Angela, come on back up. Let's talk about roadway widths on neat streets and local streets. You and I had a conversation regarding front yard setbacks for neat streets and local streets where one side of the street has sidewalk, curb, and gutter. The other side of the street has edge of paving, if you will, into landscaping, which is the drainage swale, and then the setback starts. Would you, just to put on record, please tell us what the roadway widths are, what the drainage areas are, and show us on a diagram, please.
Before you is an image, and this is not in the handbook. We did update all of the elevations or the street sections in the handbook, and they are designed to be more of an engineered street section. So for those of us that maybe aren't like myself, not engineers and not looking for that technical view, we created this. And so this is just for purposes of viewing in front of you today. What we have here is our local street. So this is our residential street. And we'll start here where you have, again, your house, and you have a sidewalk, and then you have parking on one side. Here you have two-way traffic, and then you have a 10-foot wide drainage swell. That is a separate parcel, and so that will be a 10-foot wide parcel that extends the length of the neighborhood, basically. And then from this point over is where your setback starts. And the setback in your SF4 zoning district and your SF6 zoning district is 10 feet. Your garage has to be at least 20 feet, but you can have your house be closer. And so per just standard code, a 10-foot front setback is what we have included in the handbook, just to pretty much emulate what code has. So essentially what you're looking at is a minimum setback of 10 feet to that drainage swell, another 10 feet, which makes up that drainage swell, and then you have the rest of your street design. All of that area, meaning the front yard and the drainage swell, will be maintained by the homeowners association.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, going back to what my original question was when you and I spoke, and this is a great example and a diagram of that. I appreciate it. My concern was, and what generated the question is, the house on the downhill or downslope side of the street appears to be at or below street level. So in the case of runoff of water, what keeps the water inside the 10-foot wide drainage swale and not going beyond it to introduce itself into somebody's residence?
Mm-hmm. So this kind of defers back to standard code. Standard code says that your finished floor elevation of your house has to be at least a foot above the highest point of your street. So there's nothing new here. That's standard code that will be applied. And keep in mind, our drainage swell is about a 6-inch swell, and an average curb is also 6 inches. So typically when you have a storm event, water rushes over, hits the curb, and then goes down into your gutter and into the storm drain. In this situation, we've provided a 10-foot wide area where that drainage can happen. We still have that 6 inches of indentation, so we're pretty much allowing for a greater volume of water to be captured in that 12-foot wide drainage swell.
Okay, thank you. Anybody want to jump on that one?
Commissioner Johnson, if I may. Somewhat related to that, there was a comment that came up in Heather's presentation with the concern about trees. And I know this is an issue in this drainage corridor in terms of what is and is not allowed per AASHTO, which is the roadway design that you guys are working from. So based on what I'm seeing in this image here, I have a tree right at the edge of that drainage corridor. Am I understanding correctly that there would not be trees in the corridor and that any trees that we would be putting in would have to be back within the setback to the house? Is that correct?
Yes and no. So the clear zone is probably what you're referring to, and then based on this elevation, the clear zone is from here to here. And this is a local street, so the clear zone's different depending on what type of street you're on. So for this example, we technically could have a tree within that drainage swell because we're out of the clear zone. And if we go to an arterial roadway, again, you're gonna have a wider clear zone where you can't have this size of tree. You can have vegetation, you can have ground cover, you can have small trees. And so we put some standards into the handbook that specifies what size that tree can be, and that's based on AASHTO standards.
And that's the trees that we're looking at there. So.
Correct. And the idea is that if you're driving and you veer off to the road and you hit the tree, if you hit a big tree, it's going to cause problems. If you hit a small caliper tree, the tree's going to bend and go over. So AASHTO kind of sets the guidelines of what's acceptable, and we've pretty much provided that information in the handbook so that it's in there and there's no second guessing what size tree is appropriate within that clear zone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Weisky.
I have one left, Mr. Chairman. If I may, thank you. Angela, can we talk, I want to talk about the fire agreement real quickly. It's my understanding that we have before us in this handbook an agreement between Stonegate and the city of Reno for a temporary fire station with equipment. And then we have a permanent facility to be built, relocating the equipment, possibly even adding equipment to the permanent station. Is that correct?
Yes. Keep going with your question though, because
Okay.
it's not that.
It's not
not that
I
black
know
and
it's
white.
not that cut and dry, but that's kind of the basis of it. And it is still in negotiations. And the question I have one question that I have for you is that because it's still in negotiation, when will this negotiation take place? And when will the negotiation be finalized so that City Council can approve this handbook that we may or may not make a recommendation on tonight?
The fire service agreement is ultimately up to the city council to approve. That's a separate document. We have language in the handbook that says a fire service agreement has to be approved by city council at the time of or concurrently with the adoption or certification of the handbook. So once this document is approved by Planning Commission, it goes to City Council for a first reading, a second reading, and then certification. So that fire service agreement has to be in place and agreed upon prior to or at the same time as certification.
Okay, so you have a window ahead of you, but it's a limited window based upon scheduled readings and certification.
Correct.
Okay. At this time, we have what's been proposed to us in the handbook, timeframes for different stages or occupancy levels of when the temporary is put online and when the permanent is put online. At what point is it agreed to between Stonegate and the city, the location of the temporary and the permanent fire station?
And that's that level of detail that's specific enough that it will be part of the fire service agreement rather than part of a zoning document. The zoning document, as it's written now, outlines the basics. We know you have to have a temporary station by the 250th building permit. which is in phase one. We know you have to have a permanent fire station by the 1700th building permit. You don't get to building permit 1700 until midpoint of phase two. So the location of that permanent fire station is subject to change over time. And I would say it's not just based on Stonegate development, it's also based on development in the city of Reno around Stonegate. We know Traintown is moving forward. There's other development also moving forward. So if at the city discretion, city council, they decide that they want a fire station, a permanent fire station in a different location, they would have to go back and amend that fire service agreement. The preference is not to put that specificity in the handbook because it's a zoning document, and to amend the zoning document means we have to go back before you guys, back before the city council, so it's about a 6 to 9 month process to get through that, versus changing the fire service agreement, goes to city council, it's adopted, we can move forward.
Okay, so the fire agreement will be in place prior to certification of the handbook, correct?
That's correct, and that is written in the handbook as it stands now.
Okay, so between now and certification, the fire chief, city council, Stonegate will come to terms on where temporary and permanent fire stations will be built.
That will be part of that agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have the fire chief with us. Chief, would you mind coming up?
Good evening.
Good evening, Chief. I just want to hear from you that the responses that I just got from Angela are acceptable to the Reno Fire Department, and that you or your team, your staff, are prepared to make the agreement happen in this window of opportunity coming up between tonight and certification if the handbook is recommended for approval.
So yes, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. What Angela described as far as the process and the certification deadline, if you will, for reaching an agreement is consistent with my understanding. I won't offer an opinion. I probably agree that the levels of specificity in terms of location is not appropriate for the handbook. I would put out for the record that it is our preference to have the permanent station on the south side of the freeway. But that is something that I think we can define and should define in the fire station development agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, if I can add a personal opinion on that rather than a question, or I will hold it until discussion, whatever your preference is.
I'll leave it up to you. If it's within the theme and you're ready to make the comment, go ahead.
I would just like to comment that I'm in agreement with Chief on the fact that I believe that needs to be an integral part of the negotiation and the agreement that is going to take place in the very near future between the city and Stonegate. And that is because if the industrial piece does not get built for several phases down the road, how will that affect the residents that are already that are built and occupied in Stonegate? Will it cause construction to stop? Will it cause unnecessary litigation between Stonegate and the city because of stopping the project and future development until it can be built if it's for the north side and there's no improvements to the north side of 395? I just think it's something that needs to be ironed out early on and not to drag its feet on. That's my editorial. Thank you.
Okay.
And that's all my questions.
Thank you. Great questions. I've got 3 questions before we get to discussion if there are no more questions. And I'm going to take just a couple steps back in scale to the first set of findings that we have to make related to the master plan. And it's sort of a higher level set of questions. So if the answers to these questions are higher level general answers, I'm okay with that. The three questions relate specifically to the three sets of findings, or, yeah, three sets of findings that we have to make for the master plan. So Sienna or Heather, my first question, and I should preface this as it was something that I was going to save for discussion for our, for this master plan set of findings, but I wanted to get staff's opinion first so I can, have that information ready when we get to discussion. So my first question is related to that first finding. I'm particularly looking at the last part of it that says development of the city which will cause the least amount of natural resource impairment.
Michelle, can I get the overhead zoomed out a little bit, please?
Oh, great, so you've got it up there. So if you take that finding and compare it to the master plan policies for the current master plan, and I'm not considering Reimagine Reno, I'm looking at goals and policies of the current master plan. How do you compare that, and how do you reconcile that requirement for the Planning Commission and City Council to make a finding, for instance, with City Council Policy H-12 under housing? The city should promote sustainable development and energy efficiency for new and existing housing stock.
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. So with specific regard to energy efficiency,
I want to know how this proposal, this master plan change from industrial to residential is consistent with, because that's what this, as I understand it, that's what this finding is asking me to make. How is it considered that it's promoting sustainable development consistent with the policy that's in our master plan?
I would like to defer that to another staff member, please.
For the record, Sienna Reed, Senior Planner. So as the Planning Commission evaluates all of the master plan considerations as it relates to sustainable development and energy efficiency for new and existing housing stock, our existing master plan policy. We have other master plan policies that generally relate to sustainability, but this is the one that's been mentioned. You really do have to compare, what is the current industrial master plan land use that is being proposed to transition to more residential housing components in relation to the finding that you have above you today. So, as we step back and really say, what are the sustainability components that need to be considered with industrial, and then what are the sustainability components that need to be considered with that shift to residential? And each of the two general types of development patterns can integrate sustainable components into the design of a development, and then they each have kind of larger sustainability considerations when you think about those considerations across the entire city, whether that be in regards to air quality, whether it be in regards to the provision of transit, and are we generally providing more transportation options? Are we also at the same time promoting a more compact pattern of development? Are we supporting transit-oriented development? There are other sustainability considerations that are really much more site-specific, so low-impact development, solar access. Do we have those kind of features in place? And so I think as the Planning Commission weighs all of these considerations, it's really on that citywide level and at the site-specific level that you need to consider, well, how does this apply for the industrial master plan land use, and then how does it apply for what's proposed? And so it really does become that balancing act, but we would encourage that as you go through each of these findings, and specifically around natural resource impairment and sustainability, that you consider both kind of those citywide sustainability considerations as well as those that are site-specific.
And when staff was going through and looking at this master plan proposal, the consideration was made for site-specific and citywide sustainability elements, I'm assuming.
There was definitely quite a bit of analysis on the site-specific side of things, and then also in regards to the pattern of development that's proposed through the new master plan land uses in relation to
the land uses that we have in the city, kind of what do we need in terms of housing, what do we need in terms of employment. So we did try and analyze on both levels.
Okay. So my second question then, since we mentioned the housing piece, is on that second finding, conform to the adopted population plan, ensure an adequate supply of housing, including affordable housing. So our current master plan, one of the goals that we have, actually I should say a policy, H5, is to provide affordable and workforce housing encouraged in TODs, transit-oriented developments in regional centers near services, transportation routes, schools, and employment areas. How do you reconcile the affordable housing piece of this master plan change, since we're looking at residential now, with this policy in the master plan?
Yeah, so I mean, specifically for policy H5, we are looking to encourage affordable and workforce housing, broadly in our TOD areas, but then also near transportation routes, schools, and employment areas. We do have employment areas that are proposed in this particular location. And so, in terms of the analysis, what we really focused on is, based on all of the proposed changes that were submitted with the handbook and the master plan amendment, what is the pattern of development doing for overall housing diversity, and how does that relate to affordability? So with the changes that were proposed, we're definitely seeing an increased amount of the proposed units that would be kind of a more diverse housing stock. That was something that was really critical in staff's analysis of the handbook revisions. And then additionally, we also still have the provision regarding a set-aside number of units that would be, targeted towards a particular percent of area median income, and that's 60%. So we really tried to weigh all of those considerations in considering policy H5, and do feel that there is, with the changes that were proposed, a lot more housing diversity with the new master plan land use designations than the accompanying handbook changes.
Does staff take into consideration, question? Does staff take into consideration in the affordability equation other costs related to the location of development that might increase the costs of home ownership?
It's a great question. So, as we were analyzing in terms of where are housing costs, how does this fit into your general affordability analysis, which is really kind of 30% of housing costs, and that includes housing costs above just your mortgage or your rent. It's really, if your mortgage is in place, then what are your insurance, property taxes, all of those other types of consideration on the rental side of things. That's also including utilities. We did not take into account what might be your enhanced transportation costs associated with the location or the location of Stonegate. Certainly, it's kind of well acknowledged, and there's lots of tools for use that do show that the farther out you go from kind of an urban center, the greater housing costs you have, less ability to reduce to potentially one car, more vehicle miles traveled, so additional costs associated with gas there. And then, if you have multiple cars, insuring multiple cars. So that's well established that there are generally greater transportation costs the further out you go from a city center, and especially if you don't have access to transit services.
So that kind of leads into the third finding then in terms of costs. We talked about costs to the potential homeowners in this area. The third finding relates to costs to the city, and we have a master plan goal. Provide for maximum efficiency and effectiveness and delivery of city services. And another goal, serve as a leader to promote regional action to ensure effective, efficient, and equitable delivery of services for the residents of Reno. Relating to that third finding and the efficient expenditure of funds, how does staff reconcile that finding with those goals and policy CNR 5 which says the city should pursue a growth pattern which is fiscally responsible in order to maintain and possibly improve existing levels of service for current residents and future generations. Considering the questions that I asked Chief Cochran at the last meeting about the ability to serve the residents for fire services and then the traffic piece, looking for some feedback from staff. And again, I'm hoping to get to these in discussion too, but hoping to get feedback from staff on making that reconciliation.
And I'm happy to step in for part of the answer there. I know Heather likely has some other critical information to add, as well as the chief and Janelle. But when we think about a fiscally responsible growth pattern, that is certainly something that we are looking to promote in terms of policy. We've had a lot of discussion about how will services and infrastructure be provided to this particular project. And as we look to kind of go through each of those components, which the Planning Commission has done at length, it is really important to kind of parse out, which are the infrastructure components, how are those being put into place, where do we have capacity, and there's been a lot of discussion there. On the services side of things, one thing that we try to really point out in not only this project but others is that it really is at the discretion of the City Council on an annual budgetary basis to allocate funding for kind of the operational staff, especially for police and fire. And so we've tried to kind of outline how all of the facilities and infrastructure would be provided for this project, outline some of the challenges and on the operational side of things, and really note that that is a discretionary action that is determined on an annual basis in terms of funding. And so we've tried to bring forward all of that information for your consideration as you think about, is this a fiscally responsible growth pattern and project in this particular location? So I'm sure Heather might have some more to provide there.
Thank you, Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner. In addition to Sienna's comments, the applicant is proposing and would be required to carry any master infrastructure facilities to the site to serve the development. And so a lot of those essential items that aren't existing today at the site would be provided by the master developer prior to development of the residences. In addition to that, as Sienna had stated, while we can require, as a part of the PUD, development of a fire station and police facilities to allow for those services to be provided at this location, funding for the actual folks to man the station would be City Council directive should the project be approved.
Okay. Heather, can I ask you one more question? I want to ask you, as staff and putting together this staff report, that staff as a whole can make all of those three findings.
When staff wrote the staff report, we felt that for the Planning Commission, considerations A and B really do encompass the City Council considerations. And so, yes, as a part of our evaluation of the request, we were able to make those considerations in our review.
Okay. Commissioner Weisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions I'd like to back up before we get to discussion, just for clarification purposes, if I can, please.
Absolutely, yep.
Angela, can you come forward, please? In your handbook, page 53, under coffee house, can you tell me what the modification to subparagraph or subsentence 3, number 3, what no parking shall be allowed in front of any residence refers to, please?
I have a clean version here. You're probably looking at a red line version. The coffee house was a concept we came up with early on, where you have something like a, I'm trying to think of the the one off of Mount Rose. Anyway, the idea is that you have a coffee house within a neighborhood, and we wanted to make sure that it didn't negatively impact those neighborhoods, those residents. So we put in this requirement that you have to provide parking on site. It has to be behind your building, and that you can't have parking negatively impacting those neighbors. So there'll be no parking for that coffee house permitted within the residential neighborhood.
Okay, so that's there to protect the adjoining or adjacent residences, not a multi-use building.
Correct. And this use it's very unique, I would say, to this handbook. It's not typical to see this in standard code, but in looking at a large residential area, types of uses that you're going to want to have walking distance to, coffee house was the one thing that jumped out at both us as the applicant and I think staff as well as being appropriate to be located within a residential area.
Okay, thank you. The second question I have is in your handbook. If you would go to page 65, please. Industrial signs. And if you could explain the last sentence that's being added to that paragraph to me, please. The sentence is, the freestanding monument sign shall be an on-premise sign and limited to the larger industrial center in which it serves.
Let me find that section that you're looking at. What page did you say it was?
65?
Okay, one moment. Based on our last Planning Commission meeting, there was some concerns that on our conceptual sign drawing image, where we had shown the industrial sign, there was concerns from staff that potentially that freestanding or monument sign would not be an on-premise sign. So this was clarification that we put into the handbook based on that discussion to say that any sign in the industrial area has to be an on-premise sign. In other words, it can't be a billboard.
Okay, so then freestanding monument sign will be on premise and only advertising the business that is on that premise. This is not the monument sign introducing a person traveling down the road to the industrial center, correct?
This is, let me find you a map.
Because I'm going to refer you back to the sign page in a minute, if that's where we're headed.
This one here.
Yes?
This square up here is the industrial sign, and that's just specifically called out on this diagram. That is if you have such as an industrial business center, you have an entrance into that business center. It's not a wall sign, it's just a freestanding sign.
Mm-hmm.
So that is conceptually the location because that's the entrance into that industrial business park. That's what that intends to say, is that if you're going to advertise signs,
So
it has to be.
It will represent that it's Angelo's Industrial Park entrance. only.
Correct.
And on page 69, your handbook, Stonegate's handbook, is proposing the sign height at 25 feet for that industrial sign, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, so actually, just as a question, maybe this is for staff in terms of, before I ask my questions, Commissioner Gower brought up the points for the first item that we have before us, which is the master plan change. We also have the zoning change, and then we have the PUD approval. I have a number of questions sort of similar with Commissioner Weisky with respect to specifics in the PUD. I guess my question is, do we want to proceed and ask all of those questions now and then go into discussion on all three items? Or do we want to take each one of these items one at a time and open up for additional questions when we get to the PUD?
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. You can handle it either way. I think it's however it's smoothest for the Planning Commission to address the issues.
Okay. So I guess, Mr. Chair, do you want me to limit my questions to the first action, or should I just go through and get my PUD ones out of the way so that we can then just have pure discussion about the 3 action items we have tonight?
That would be my preference, to dispose of all questions at this point, and then we can do pure discussion on the 3 sets of motions that we need to make.
Okay, thank you. So with that, Heather, one of the items, Commissioner Weissy was noting some of the approved uses. You noted in your presentation that staff is not in favor of having either outdoor storage or outdoor manufacturing allowed in the town center. I see that the the PUD lists both of those uses as allowed but requires a special use permit. Is there a reason why staff would prefer to see those gone as opposed to just having a special use permit as the approach to that use?
Yes. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. Yes, there are several reasons why staff would recommend that those uses not be allowed. One, the industrial site is relatively small in nature, and so we foresee that projects going in there would really provide employment and some indoor industrial opportunities. In addition to that, based on the location and the fact that the industrial standards have really been guided toward like industrial commercial zoning conformance, the visibility from White Lake Parkway, the freeway, and potential residences don't lend itself to having potentially unattractive uses such as outdoor manufacturing and outdoor storage. In industrial commercial zones, outdoor storage can't be visible from public rights of way and can only be located to the back half of a site. And just based on the location of the industrial site, staff doesn't believe that some of the mitigation efforts that would be required could be offered at this site.
Okay.
If I could jump in on that also, I would also say for the health of the adjacent lake. So we discourage any outdoor activities, manufacturing or storage adjacent to Swan Lake currently, as well as the Truckee River. So anywhere where there's, I would say, especially in a closed basin, that we would be particularly sensitive to those outdoor activities adjacent to a sensitive natural resource.
Okay, and by limiting it at the PUD level, it doesn't even have to go through the process of a special use permit, which would, in theory, answer some of these questions. You're just looking to eliminate that in its entirety. Okay. And then the second question goes back, I guess, still in the town center area with respect to schools. And I'll ask you this question, Heather, first. Angela may need to weigh in on it. In the handbook on page 31, where it discusses schools, there's 2 specific items in there. One is the 2 elementary schools sites that would be provided. And then it indicates a separate agreement for the high school, which would be located on the north side of 395 in the town center area. My question is, we did have the school district representative here last time. I don't see Mike here tonight. No. So what is the situation since the school district ultimately determines where they are willing and not willing to build, what happens to this particular handbook if the high school is not located there? Is there an amendment that has to occur to this? Can other development just occur in that area? How is that addressed at both the staff and the document level?
With regard to the 2 elementary school sites, Stonegate itself will generate enough kids to populate both of those elementary school sites if there's not an age-restricted or directed community. With regard to a high school site, the school district, with every proposal for residential development, does provide input as far as school capacities and needs. If the site on town center is not selected and development does occur, adequate capacity at some level will need to be provided.
Well, I understand the capacity issue. I'm just looking at the specific language in the handbook that requires them to give a site to the district. If the district doesn't want that
Understood.
site, what is the process for Stonegate to eliminate that requirement, since it's still part of their overall development.
I understand. So for the elementary school sites, those are sites that are going to be dedicated to the school district. With regard to the high school site, it's something that's going to follow the negotiations process with the applicant and the school district. It's not a requirement that the high school be there. It's just a consideration of the town center that that's a potential option for a high school site. So if a site is not chosen at that location, we're not in conflict with the PUD handbook the way it's written today.
Okay. Angela, can you weigh in on this? Because maybe I'm not understanding the way the language is written. I get that there's a separate agreement required for the high school, but it seems like the language is written here that you have to enter into that agreement for development of a high school.
A lot of this has to do with timing and where the school district is at in terms of their needs right now. So they know they for sure need 2 elementary schools on the south side. So we've specifically called out locations for those potential elementary schools, and we're far enough in that process that we have the draft agreement in place. So that's ready to go. On the north side, the school district is contemplating that site. So in order to give them the flexibility, we added it as a permitted use, a high school as a permitted use in the town center. And we haven't specifically called out where that's going to be located. So it's up to negotiations. If 2 years from now, the school district says, you know, our priorities right now are not the North Valleys, we're not sure that we're ever going to build another high school in the North Valleys, then that doesn't have to be developed with a high school. So it gives them the flexibility that if they choose to enter into an agreement, they have the zoning to allow a high school within that town center zoning. And it was purposely written for flexibility. And again, because of their unknown needs right now, that North Valleys High School is not the #1 priority, but it definitely is up there in line with several other high schools that are being built. So when they get ready to move forward, that site is probably one of their priority sites for the North Valleys because of the size and, again, the limited locations in the North Valleys. So they are not held to that location, nor is Stonegate held to that location for a high school.
That was what I was looking for, because I know we've heard some concern, and not to speak for the school district, but there seems to be some concern about that suitability. This doesn't say the high school has to go there. This indicates that there is the ability, you are willing to deed area over for the high school should Washoe County School District determine that that is the best location in that area for them.
Correct.
Okay, and should they choose not to, based on the language, there's no changes to the PUD?
Correct.
Thank you. Sorry, it took a while to get to that answer.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Johnson, may I ask a question on the back of that, please,
do.
Angela?
Thank you, Commissioner Weisky.
So we did not hear from the school district tonight specifically that there could be potential issues with the north side of the Highway 395. If that comes to fruition and the school district says we could build it on the south side of 395, how would that take place with the handbook? Would that require an amendment then?
That would require an amendment. We would have to go back and amend our land use table to allow high schools within the zoning districts on that south side.
Okay, thank you.
So, Heather, one more question. Probably try to limit my question language. There is a request by staff to basically in the findings, or excuse me, in the requirements, and you mentioned it in your discussion, that the staff is recommending that this development and the process of this development is tied to anticipated roadway improvements on 395. It's the language that's recommended by staff. It's different than language that we've seen on other projects, which are limited to requiring a traffic study, an analysis, and basically changes within, to maintain that level of service. Why is staff recommending tying this PUD and the development in this PUD to the work on 395?
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. The reason that Condition 3 in Exhibit 2 is recommended is because sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Is because we know that there is this potentially significant impact of this development on an existing freeway system that doesn't have adequate capacity today. The applicant, as a part of staff's evaluation of concurrency requirements with regard to transportation, had provided an outline of the anticipated planned regional roadway and NDOT infrastructure improvements as it related to each of the phases within Stonegate. And that information that had been provided is how staff was able to make findings related to transportation and concurrency.
So, which I can appreciate where you're going because I read that development, but that's also based on NDOT and their improvements, which we haven't, I guess, put that where I'm going is it due purely to the size of this project? Because I know the overall size is 5,000 dwelling units, but say phase 1 or phase 2 wouldn't have that many, but yet the requirement is still in there. On similar projects in the North Valleys where we hear the same issues with traffic, we're not seeing that as a requirement. So I guess is it purely the scale, or is there something different about this project that's bringing this recommendation from staff?
I'd like to defer that answer to our planning manager or our engineer.
Okay. Janelle,
Janelle
please don't
Thomas,
make me
Senior
restate
Civil
that.
Engineer. No, that's okay. I believe that the concurrency is what we are aiming for here. We are not trying to, and I do believe that it is the size of the development as a whole, but in order to be good stewards of the construction and development that occurs within our community, we're trying to gain that concurrency through the process. And this allows us to do that gut check every time we come in with a new development. Does that
Okay.
answer your question?
It does. So then just to back that up, as a part of what's required prior to the staff recommendation, there is a requirement at each phase to submit a traffic study indicating what's going on and what's anticipated. And tied directly to that are the improvements that need to be made at the Whites Lake interchange based on level of service. So that's specifically in the handbook for every phase, every tentative map that's submitted. There is a traffic study that is required and specific improvements that are required to be made. Is the idea that that tentative map can't even be submitted if the concurrency along 395 and other parts of the development aren't in place? Is that the level of limitation that this condition is placing on us in order for staff to make the findings for the plan unit development and zone change?
So when we receive these, the tentative map applications, I believe that when we are looking at that from the Planning Commission's perspective, we are going to place conditions on those tentative maps as they get produced, and we're going to have to make sure that that concurrency is met. Those are going to be the findings that you have to make for that particular tentative map at that particular time.
Okay. So then, let me wrap my head around this for a second. Basically,
I think you're looking at it more globally, and so you're trying to make sure that, again, you're meeting those concurrency standards.
right, so basically what is being stated in here, the tentative map could be submitted, the traffic study and the traffic analysis could be submitted. It's going to be reviewed at staff level and as a part of the recommendation to whatever planning commission is up here, will look back at this requirement and indicate yes or no for the findings based on whether it meets the currency of development further down the highway,
Correct.
if I understand. Okay.
I believe so.
Hopefully I stated that correctly.
You did. I have a follow-up question on that.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to give you a scenario. So in the time frame that that tentative map is being developed, if you've got 3 other developments that come online essentially downstream or down roadway of this development that impact the traffic situation on the network, how do you tie that back to the tentative map? Because the impact isn't a result of Stonegate, it's other development that's occurring. So you could theoretically have other development contributing to the VMT on the roadway network that's continually preventing Stonegate from coming online because that concurrency isn't there. So how does this condition address that?
I believe that this condition assists the Planning Commission and staff to take a global look at the situation as it's being presented. Obviously, we are going to take into consideration when other developments come in, and it may be in this jurisdiction, it may not. We may see Cold Springs proper developing with its lifestyle homes further north that may have an impact on that roadway network. We're going to look back at that regional traffic model to see that those issues are being addressed. Currently, right now, those foreseeable projects like the lifestyle homes in Washoe County and other projects throughout the region have been integrated into the regional traffic model and are integrated into the proposed plans for capacity improvements and so on and so forth.
My concern with this is what I think Commissioner Johnson was getting at is it's a really black and white kind of scenario. I mean, it really holds this development to a standard that a lot of the factors that would contribute to them making or not being able to make their concurrency requirements are externalities to them. They don't have any control over them. So that's a concern for me.
And I think the goal here was to allow staff and the Planning Commission to look back at this document that was provided for the projects that are proposed within that within the foreseeable future, and to make sure that we aren't completely out of balance.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. Just, Janelle, as a follow-up to that, one of the things that we're looking at when we're looking at the traffic study is obviously level of service. And the development it's tied to on 395, while phased and working, from what I saw, kind of northward from the Spaghetti Bowl, moving its way northward, it's entirely possible that concurrency could be made that with phase 1 and the development of phase 1 and the NDOT development has occurred, but yet traffic isn't any better because of all of these other things that are going on. So I guess that's why I'm just trying to, even if we show concurrency with it, there's still an issue of traffic and having to look at that all the way through. So I'm just kind of like Commissioner Gower was saying, Chair Gower was saying, it's a black and white issue that is hard to reconcile looking at this as a 20-year process and how that's all going to be developed. So I appreciate what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand exactly how staff is making that as a requirement on this one as opposed to other ones that we've seen. So I think you've explained it, at least in my mind, because it's based on setting up a scenario for Planning Commission and eventually Council to look at with respect to another item to review in terms of the findings that they have to make.
And it looked like Claudia might be getting ready to say
Then I didn't ask a
something.
question, so she didn't have anything to respond to. I just kind of wrapped it up.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I'm no further questions on this item. I'll defer to anybody else if they want to touch on this part.
I was going to say, it feels like we're transitioning out of questions and getting into discussion with that type of dialogue. So I'll ask one more time if there are questions for staff, the applicant, any others in the room before we start getting into discussion.
Mr. Chairman, one final question of Angela,
Okay.
because nobody else touched on it, so I will do it for clarification purposes. Angela, we also had a discussion regarding monuments for entryway signage. The monument, which is a replica of a fire tower, a viewing tower, if you will, has been removed from signage and put under structures. So what does that now allow Stonegate to do for entry structures with signs attached to them?
If you add a logo or letters, it becomes a sign. So based on what we've done is it can no longer be a sign unless you want to stick to the 12-foot tall sign height requirement.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. I look forward to discussion, though.
Since you're there and you've got the microphone, Commissioner Weisky, do you want to start off if you're prepared to do so? If not, we'll. Yeah, Planning
This just
Manager.
went too long for me not to talk. Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. There were some earlier questions on the master plan policies and goals from the chairman. And I just want to refresh your memory that in the staff report from August, there is an analysis of the applicable policies and staff's comments on those, our concerns, some that we feel are in conformance, some that aren't in conformance. And even the ones that are in conformance, we still have some concerns that there's potentially some unaddressed issues. So I just wanted to remind you that section is in the August staff report, which is attached to your packet.
Thank you for that reminder. Good
You're
reminder.
So, Claudia, then staff did not update their Exhibit 2, and we have to go back to August staff report for policies?
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner. So the master plan analysis for policies, goals, and objectives has not been updated. Our recommendations and input remain unchanged from the August 30th staff report. Exhibits 2 and 3 have both been updated
So,
in
okay,
this packet.
don't go yet there.
Okay.
So the revisions in August are part of our September application, and they are what pages? Are the 6.1E is Exhibit 3, 6.1F goes into the staff report. That's where you're referring to them at?
Yes, so with regard to the non-conforming elements of the project in relation to the master plan, that's on page 46 of that staff report, which is 6.1.F.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm going to ask the commission if we're ready to dive into discussion, if there's any interest in taking a 5 to 10 minute recess. Let's do that. Let's take a 5 to 10 minute recess. We'll come back at 5 to 6. to call the meeting back to order. And I believe we're at the point where we're ready to start discussion. Who'd like to lead us off? Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In leading out discussion, may I ask you a protocol or procedure question on the way you would like to have this portion of the meeting handled? And would you like us to stay focused on each of the individual items as a group or as individuals? And if so, should we then start off with master plan?
So you're saying that we have three sets of findings we have to make, the master plan, the zoning.
Three
the
motions.
PUD, three motions. And whether we keep our discussion segregated within those three items?
Correct.
Okay. My preference would be to have discussion for each of those under each bucket, essentially. So starting with the master plan, zoning, and then the PUD. If the commission is all right with that, that's how I'd like to proceed.
Okay. With that, I'll start the discussion off, and with the findings for the master plan, I'll state it right up front. I can make all the findings for the master plan. This PUD incorporates the live-work principles of planning, a process the city of Reno has been striving to achieve for years. Although this development will take decades to build out, it has the right components to keep residents who live in the North Valleys, working in the North Valleys, going to school in the North Valleys, and shopping in the North Valleys, thus reducing the negative carbon footprint in the Truckee Meadows. It is up to our elected officials and economic development officials to help bring the job base to support a plan like this. It is the PC's job to review and approve or disapprove a master plan amendment that or change as that appears to be complete. And in this case, I believe this one to be complete over the lifespan of the PUD handbook. I believe this request is complete. It serves as a pattern and guide for orderly physical growth and development of the city with the least amount of negative impact to our natural resources over the lifespan that is being proposed. It conforms to the adopted population plan and supplies all the types of housing. And it offers the basis for efficient expenditure of funds relating to the subject of the City of Reno's master plan as it exists. I know there are some non-conformance items that staff has had with this proposed master plan, or a master plan amendment. But I believe that in the long run, this handbook covers things like traffic. There are elements in place that will stop the growth or cause changes to be made to accommodate whatever needs to be accommodated, be it traffic, natural resources. We know that water is not going to be taken from the water table. It is going to be provided through other sources from TUMWA. Those are TUMWA statements, not ours, not staff's, not the applicants. Stormwater is not going to be used for any other purpose other than possibly the retention on this property, which it is now, or slowed down before it gets to White's Lake, but it will go to White's Lake. It will continue to evaporate or be absorbed by Mother Nature and the earth as it does today. There are just school elements are in place. It's up to the school district to take care of those elements. As it is with 395, it's up to the state to take care of those elements that provide a level of service that is unacceptable to us. Unfortunately, without growth, certain elements will not grow and expand or be changed until there is more growth behind it. And that's an unfortunate way that our system works, but that's the way our system works. And it's not our system, it's a system that we, the Planning Commission, work under, and the constraints that we work with and try and make it the best we can. And I believe that all different levels of our staff have worked hard with the applicant. The applicant has worked hard with different levels of staff to make sure that there are checks and balances in this. And that's how I am able to make the findings. And that's just me. I am not speaking for anybody else or trying to convince anybody else anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My preference would be to just go down the line and get any comments, discussion, responses to Commissioner Weisky on the master plan motion that we have before us as the first set of findings. So Commissioner Hawkins, do you have a response for Commissioner Weisky or additional thoughts?
Well, I'd just go off his coattails because I believe what he talked about is true. I mean, it does meet the conformance standards that we're looking at. And at a different point, we can talk about the water and when it gets released, what it's going to happen to the traffic, but that's at a different point. But I believe what Commissioner Weisky said is true, so I'll follow that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Griffith?
Commissioner Griffith, for the record, I concur with my previous commissioners on their statements.
Thank you. Guess that's, no, I'm next in line.
You're next in line.
I'm next in line. So Commissioner Gower, I am honestly a bit more conflicted than Commissioner Weisky is, and Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Griffith. I have, since the first meeting, struggled with the master plan finding and the additional set of findings that legal counsel directed us to make at the last meeting, particularly related to fiscal sustainability and natural resources and affordable housing, made it even more difficult, quite honestly. And that was the reason for my line of questioning to staff tonight related to those master plan policies, because that's really the first element that we're required to look at with this, is the conversion or the change in the master plan from industrial to residential, is it consistent with our master plan? And that's why I asked those questions about the goals and the policies that are in the plan. I will say that I agree 100% with what Commissioner Weisky said about the diligence of the applicant and staff in working through this handbook and this proposal. It's been hugely challenging, I think, on all sides. There are a lot of pieces to the puzzle. And the pieces that are within the puzzle, for me, fit together very nicely. And I think that's a testament to the work of staff and to the applicant putting together this proposal. The frame that goes around the puzzle, the hard edges that go around the frame, there are a few pieces missing for me. And for me, I'll be honest with you, one of them is the sustainability piece, and specifically some of the changes that would occur over the life of the PUD in changing this to a residential node. I am optimistic that it could be a node in the North Valleys, but I think for a long, long time, what we're going to see is residential uses out there and continued trips into the core. Our master plan says that we're trying to concentrate growth in an urban core. This isn't in an urban core, the residential uses, I should say. So I have an issue with that. The question, that's the first finding that relates to natural resource impairment. Again, that's on a master plan scale. It's not a site-specific issue. I think that the applicant has done an exceptional job addressing the site-specific natural resource issues and sustainability. The affordable housing piece, again, there are costs associated with housing that are external to the actual price of the home and the mortgage that people pay. Changing this to a residential overall use in that location makes it challenging for me to make that finding related to affordable housing, and that's why I asked the question of staff. The next one is the efficient expenditure of funds. Again, staff and the applicant have done an exceptional job, I think, of making sure that all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed related to infrastructure, related to services, fire, police. The infrastructure piece is there. The piece that, again, is missing in that framework for me, the outside of that puzzle, is the ability for the city to pay for the services, the police and fire in that location for those residential uses. And the last thing that I think we want as a city is to put 5,000 homes in that location and not be able to provide fire and police services to keep the people safe. And I really have concern that it's not an efficient expenditure of funds to provide those services, and I don't even know if the city can provide those services, and that's not consistent with the master plan either. So, again, these are the master plan findings. I told you where I'm at with the other pieces of the puzzle, where the pieces are missing for me for that first set of findings, and I think that paints a pretty good picture of where I'm at. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks for giving me something to follow. Commissioner Johnson, actually, I can appreciate that, Chair Gower, because I have also been looking at this kind of both from the top down and then the bottom up. And I think everything that Commissioner Weisky stated about the PUD itself and everything that's gone into that, all of the work that has been done, that actually is an easier thing for me to look at and digest and understand. When you take it out to this macro level of the master plan, and I agree with you, the findings that have to be made here, we're basically looking at a transition from what is currently zoned industrial with some small portion of it that is large lot residential, and asking to change that to more residential and less industrial. And how does that work based on these three findings? And while I don't think I have the same number of issues that you have with respect to the resources, because a lot of that level of discussion, I'm believing, would have occurred back 20 years ago when this was actually brought into the city itself. And so a discussion at that point in time about the city's ability to grow and provide services into this area was a discussion that has taken place before us. So I have to look at it now and say, okay, if we were originally intending to be able to provide these services out there, that was intended to be provided for industrial with a limited amount of housing. Now the transition, as you rightly say, is a lot more housing, a lot more traffic that's going to occur first. I fully, expect that to happen. But I'm looking at the idea of, from an expenditure of funds, that third finding, is it more efficient to provide all of the services that the city needs to provide for that housing, or is it a different level of services that would have been provided should that have maintained as industrial and commercial? And that's where I appreciate the line of questioning that you had with staff in terms of their ability to make the findings. Because, I don't understand all of the differences with respect to police and fire when you have 10 large warehouse buildings as opposed to 2,000 dwellings, and what the level of service needs to be as far as that goes. In my mind, you're going to have more service required from a residential development than you will from an industrial development. So, but that's my perspective. When you ask staff and their ability to make their findings, it seems like that's less of a concern for them. So, as I said, I share some of the concerns you do, maybe not to the same degree that you do, but with respect to the findings that we are being asked to make, that's the hardest one for me, is to understand and wrap my head around the fact that changing from industrial to residential for the bulk of what we're doing is actually a more efficient use of funds for the city. So that's the question that I'm struggling with. I can make the findings about, the orderly physical growth and development. That was decided when the city annexed it. I mean, we're not looking at annexation here. This is already city property. The orderly physical growth, how it's going to be developed. I actually think housing is going to be a better use with respect to the natural resources than some of the industrial development that we've seen out there. And certainly housing with item number 2, this addresses that. It's just that question of, are we committing the city by making this master plan change to an expenditure of funds that they may not be able to make? And as was stated, that's a council discretionary question that we don't have. We're not the ones responsible for that, but we are having to make the finding to state that we can say that it would do that. So that, from a discussion standpoint, is the one item I'm struggling with. So,
Commissioner Levis?
Commissioner Levis, excuse me. Coming last and following on all that, I think in general, overall, I can make the findings, and I agree with the first 3 commissioners a little bit more on that. And I'll touch on, not to debate it, but to get into a few things. I think that as far as the item number A2 on the Ford City Council, which we need to make the findings for also, I think that in the version that we have before us, it's a better version, including the town center to the north and the apartments that come along with that, and fairly high density. I think that they address a lot of the issues related to the population plan. So I can make that finding. As far as item 3, efficient expenditure of funds, I think some of the things that we've heard, there's going to be some contribution to the fire station, not to the operations, and then also police services. I think one thing, we didn't get into the details, but these residents are also going to be taxpayers and contributing to the coffers of the city too. And I believe there was discussion in one of the early meetings about the number of police, for example, that it takes to patrol this type of an area, and the number of police that there is per 1,000 residents. And if you look at it that way, there's actually going to be a net contribution of police to the city potentially that won't all be consumed out there. So when I look at it that way, are they a contributor or a consumer? I think that there is an efficient expenditure of funds because they're also going to be contributing to the city budget, and I think that they'll be paying for themselves and a lot of the services they'll be consuming. So I think that it is an efficient expenditure of funds. So just a little further explanation on that, but overall I can make the findings.
Okay, excellent.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wieski?
if I can expand a little bit, because of what you stated earlier regarding your considerations for making the findings and whether you can or cannot. And I will say that I felt that last month we were thrown a little different perspective on the findings we are asked to make, and especially considering many of us have been here for a while, and all of a sudden now we are also considering city council findings in our findings. That was a different way of looking at the project. And I don't consider what we are doing is kicking the can down the road to city council to make findings or to oblige city council to make a fiscal decision. I feel at our level and the way that the motion is written, in that city council will also have an opportunity to approve the master plan amendment, that city council gets to weigh in on how they will, or their future city councils will weigh in on how to fiscally support a fire station and support police and support all the other amenities that the developments, be it industrial or residential or both, will be needing and will get, just as anybody else will in the city. But we have diligently looked into components that the development is going to provide the basis financially for those amenities, those support items of public service. And that is how I was able to make the finding for a financial obligation. And my commitment, or my single vote added to the rest of the votes, will then give our city council and our mayor an opportunity to decide whether it's enough or not to be able to support and to continue supporting with the financial obligations of keeping firehouses staffed, keeping police force staffed, keeping road crews, public works, whatever it takes to staff these amenities. And and some of this comes from information from me talking to one of our elected officials who I had a conversation with on a previous project about, do these obligations, how does city council look at these obligations? And that elected official said, independently and individually, and if Planning Commission sees fit that it's part of the process, then leave it to us to determine how to fund it for the future generations. And that helped me a lot. Now, that's my story. That's not yours or anybody else's, Chair Gower, but that's how I was able to make it. When I look at the two findings under Planning Commission, and use those findings along with the other elements that City Council is going to look at, I believe the master plan amendment that is before us constitutes a document that allows for orderly growth and planning. We can look into zoning zone change in a few minutes. We can look into PUD and discuss the merits of it a few minutes after that. But for the master plan, that's how I was able to do it.
All right. Commissioner Johnson, you want to respond?
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Johnson. So I appreciate everything that Commissioner Weisky said. I guess the one undertone that I'm hearing from him, though, is that He's basing the findings for this particular item, rightfully or wrongly, on the fact that it's being associated with a very specific zone change in PUD. If this was a standalone item where we just had an applicant that wanted to do a master plan change from residential or from industrial to residential, that's the way that I was looking at this. So that's the struggle. That's why I was making and raising the questions that I have. I think looking at it from a global standpoint with a very specific project, I think the findings are easier to make because there are issues of services, there are issues of things that are being there. But that's not what we've been tasked to do. We've been tasked to make 3 specific findings. So while I don't disagree with anything that you've said, I'm looking at it as a standalone item, as if there was no PUD attached to it. And is it a change from industrial to residential? Does that in and of itself allow us to make these findings? That's why I was struggling with it the way that I was, so.
And I would, in response, Commissioner Weisky, to your statements there, I would say that when we got the revised sets of findings from legal counsel at the last meeting, it definitely changed the decision space for me, incorporating those city council related findings. And while I was concerned about that, when I thought about it more, it made sense to me in the sense that the Planning Commission is relied on as the body that provides a recommendation to the city council. And why would the Planning Commission not provide and discuss and create that record, that decision record relating to all of the findings that the city council has to make? Because if we are not discussing efficient expenditure and making that specific finding, then that's a decision that is being made, and they have the sole authority to do so. But if they're relying on our recommendation, then the recommendation, they'll get, I guess, is what legal counsel is telling us. So that was part of my consideration. And out of those 3, I probably have the biggest heartburn with number 3. I don't know what else to say in response to your comments. So if there's any, I would say too that I do think that in 2006, when the annexation was done, that the city essentially made a commitment that development was desired in this, and that the applicant is proceeding in pursuing those entitlements. So it's a bit of a mixed message scenario. That's, obviously something that's kind of beyond our control at this point, but that's something that we're gonna live with. So I'm gonna stop talking, ask for any further discussion. If there is none, I would certainly entertain a motion, and we'll see what happens on this first of 3.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, in the case number LDC 17-00008 and LDC 17-00009, Stonegate Master Plan Amendment. Based upon compliance with all the required considerations, I move to approve Resolution 06-16, adopting the proposed master plan amendment, and recommend to the City Council to approve the master plan amendment. And I can make all of those findings, as I've stated earlier.
Okay, excellent. Have a motion, do I have a second? Commissioner Hawkins?
Commissioner Hawkins, second. I can make all the findings.
Have a motion and a second.
Commissioners, Greg Salter, this will require a 2/3 vote, which is 5. This will require a vote of 5 people to pass.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
Just as a follow-up, just because as I sit here thinking about it and listening to the discussion, I go back to my comment on item 3, and that question was asked directly by the chair to staff who has an understanding of the expenditure of funds required with the difference between industrial and residential. And in staff's opinion, they were able to make that finding. So in this vote, I will be taking that into account as I review whether I vote for or against this.
Okay.
I just needed to get that on the record since I was the one that brought it up in the first place.
Glad you did. Have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-1. So we'll move on to our next set of findings and motion that we need to make this evening, which is related to the zone change. And I would entertain discussion specific to the zoning change. Who'd like to start us off? I'll start then by saying that in terms of discussion, again, reiterating that I thought the applicant did an excellent job putting together it sort of blends together with the PUD, but in terms of the site entitlements, thought they did an excellent job working with staff. I can make all of the findings with the exception of the master plan finding. There's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Weisky.
thank you. I will go ahead and make a motion. But at the end of my motion, I would like a second to talk about a couple of specific findings that I can make.
Okay.
So with that, I think it's obvious that I can make all of the findings. And in the case of LDC 17-00008 and LDC 17-00009, Stonegate Master Plan and PUD zoning map amendments based on compliance with the required findings. I move to recommend that City Council approve the zoning map amendment, subject to a review by the Regional Planning Commission as a project of regional significance. And I would like to discuss finding B, which will convert private property to open space, allowing for public use and access to adjoining public forest land. One of the items that I found in finding B that I could specifically make, and in finding H, by providing additional public facilities and public services. This zone change should assist by adding services to the existing services that the area residents feel is underserved today. Not one service provider has said that this zone change cannot be served or will overburden their specific services, although long-term is questionable. That will be up to City Council to determine. Existing residents are not paying for the benefits, nor will their existing services be reduced. That helps me make finding H. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins, discussion items. Commissioner Griffith? Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Levis? Nope? Okay. Commissioner Weisky, was that a motion? You were leaning in the direction of a motion. Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Hawkins, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Motion carries 5-1. Next set of findings and motion that we have this evening is specifically related to the PUD handbook. We have a set of findings there, minute order findings that we're required to make. Any discussion on those?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I'll
White.
start discussion on those. I believe there's a couple of items still in the PUD handbook to be discussed, at least in Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3. And I have two items that I would like to discuss first before we go to Exhibits 2 and 3 in the handbook. First one is outdoor storage and manufacturing to remain in the to remain as an SUP, or do we remove it completely as staff has requested, and remove it altogether as an allowed or permitted use with an SUP? And I respect staff's response to the question earlier, especially the additional information provided by our planning director, Claudia, in a reason for removing it from a sensitive area, meaning White's Lake area. I was in favor of leaving it in as an SUP and looking at each use individually. And I'm going to refer us back to a project that we sat and listened to here in I believe it was our last Planning Commission meeting, where a truss and prefabbed wood wall manufacturer came before us who uses outdoor storage and outdoor fabrication along with their building that was being built. And they were required to come in and explain their operation to us and to staff, to get staff's recommendation, to get Planning Commission's approval for that use. And I don't know whether that would be considered a use that in the industrial area, the town center, as it's called, in this valley, would be considered or could be considered. And I would like to hear Claudia's take on that, because I understand there's many other outdoor uses that, I wouldn't think would be considered. So, Claudia, if you would, please step in.
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. In that specific case, I would say if that was located adjacent to a lake in a closed basin, we probably would have recommended denial. I don't believe it is appropriate to locate outdoor storage, outdoor manufacturing near such a sensitive and contained natural resource.
Okay. My question then would be, and I'm right now in support of what staff has suggested to us tonight. Just off the top of your head, can you think of an outdoor storage use or manufacturing operation that would be acceptable? Yes, Claudia, please.
No.
I can't either, but I just wanted somebody with true planning experience to step in and answer that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thanks, Chair. I've got just one thing. I want some clarity on the sign sizes. I don't think we finished that topic up.
Do you have a question?
Question is, are we going with 3-foot letters? Are we going with 8-foot letters? I'm need some clarification on that for the signs.
Commissioner Hawkins, do you have a preference?
The entrance signs on both areas of the development.
Do you have a preference on what you'd like to see?
Well, I'd like to see something about 6 feet. 4 feet looks a little small, and 8 looks a little big. So, I mean, I could go with 6-foot letters on that sign there.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson. So seems like there was a number of items, at least for the PUD, that were open for discussion. I think this is where we bring the exhibits into play, where staff has made recommendations to it. Just in my notes, I have the sign size issue that Commissioner Hawkins just mentioned. We have a difference between a staff recommendation of a 36-inch high sign and an applicant of a 8-foot tall, so 3 versus 8. I think that's a pretty severe difference in there. I do appreciate staff's comment about the 8-foot sign. I was actually just doing a project where we had to put a sign on a building, and there's a whole standard in terms of how far away from a sign and at what speed it can be read. And in this particular case, we put a 12-inch lettering on because it was visible from over 250 feet away, according to the reading. So going up to an 8-foot sign to me seems excessive. There was a great photo that one of the members of the public had coming down into the valley. I think the 8-foot sign would be visible at the top of the hill. Not to be too facetious, but that's literally how far away that would be visible, and I think that's a bit of overkill. I am, however, understanding that based on, the proportions that we're looking at there, if we're limiting them to a 12-foot high sign, I suspect that 36 inches may be a little bit restrictive. So I would be in favor of continuing Commissioner Hawkins' discussion of perhaps a 4 or 5 foot lettering. And then commensurately, we would have to look at the overall allowable square footage. If 8 feet is 200 square feet, 3 feet is 60 square feet. I don't want to have to do the math up here at the podium because I'll screw it up. But I would want to take a look at that. The question of outdoor storage, I think Commissioner Weisky has touched on that. The frontage road issue, I think that's been clarified to my satisfaction, that it's in there and we've addressed that. There's probably a couple of others, but it then comes back to the issue of the requirement for traffic and the 395 improvements and the condition tying those two improvements with the roadway. And the reason for asking the number of questions that I did was trying to understand how or why we're putting a condition on this that doesn't exist on other conditions and that can be easily subject to other development that doesn't have the same conditions. I believe there's enough, I wouldn't say checks and balances, but there's enough information in place from any tentative map that they're doing that requires this planning commission or a planning commission 15 years from now to have the ability to review traffic and its impact on 395, that tying it to a specific set of improvements that NDOT hasn't even finalized what they're planning to do. If the improvements switch, if the idea of how they're going to move forward with the improvements changes, how does that impact what we've put in here? So I have some concerns about that as a condition. However, that doesn't help me make some of the findings with respect to traffic. So I think staff has done a good way of approaching the traffic issue on a more global standpoint by putting that statement in there. I just am concerned about that as a part of our requirement. I think there's a lot of information already in the PUD that addresses traffic studies, addresses improvements at the intersection, addresses things that this developer has control over. I would prefer to see the requirements for the traffic be put on a more standard case-by-case basis with respect to the plan, the tentative maps as they come before the Planning Commission. So with that, that's all of the notes that I had, so I'll defer to the next commissioner for their comments.
Commissioner Hawkins.
I've got to agree with Commissioner Johnson on this. Once that 18-inch line goes from Golden Valley or Raleigh Heights, as you will, and heads over the hill to the ranch, Stonegate, how many other developments are going to pile on and give us that exaggerated traffic count before the tentative map? But we've got to look at those too, because I know of 3 or 4, and we all do, what's going to take place once that pipe gets over the hill and it's loaded with water. What's going to happen? And then we've got the traffic problem ahead of us instead of where it's coming out of Cold Springs. And that's just, it's inevitable. I mean, you're going to have 2 or 3 developments coming in there, and they're going to have all that traffic, whether it's 2,000 homes, 600 homes. You've got that traffic ahead of us, and that's going to be counted in part of our traffic for the tentative map. And that's one of my biggest concerns is pipe comes over the hill, you got a couple to pull the trigger on their developments because the water's there and available. We get the brunt of when the tentative map comes in, then we take the brunt of it because the traffic is even worse then than it would be if Stonegate didn't even put a stick together. So.
Mr. Chair, I had one more item I forgot to bring up, and that was the issue Commissioner Weisky spoke with the fire chief about with respect to the language in the handbook for how to address the fire service, and that it's my understanding that having the requirement for the agreement to be in place prior to council approving this, I would be in favor of that and let that agreement dictate the specifics of what is being provided and when, above and beyond some of the language that the applicant has agreed to with respect to, you know, the timing of when they're being provided. I would appreciate letting the fire department and the applicant work out those details rather than codify them into the PUD.
Commissioner Gower, I would agree with that. Other discussion? Motion? Commissioner Weisky?
Chair, with all due respect, before we can have a motion, I think we need to get pinpointed what we're going to do or agree to on signage. And, you know, are we okay with the verbiage? I mean, we've heard staff and we've heard chief say that, yes, they can and will work out their agreements for fire service prior to or just after the second reading by City Council of this and prior to acceptance of the PUD handbook. But I would like to hear that, you know, there's nothing else that we should be doing at this point to make sure that we have location and thresholds in place that are acceptable to service this entire build-out. Not just the south side of 395, but also the north side of 395.
So the confirmation that you're looking for, are you looking
Is
for
from
that
staff.
From staff?
Is from staff. So Heather, you're taking the lead on this. So just to confirm, staff is confident that construction won't proceed forward, maps won't be accepted, whatever, and the acceptance of the handbook will not be achieved through City Council without all those specifics being in place, correct?
Yes, Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. With regard to fire services, if the applicant has provided the thresholds for provision of the temporary and permanent stations, if the Planning Commission chooses not to add location-specific criteria in the handbook, those items will be addressed prior to certification and recordation of the handbook. So they will be in place through the agreement process.
So we have the ability to, at this time, dedicate location as far as north side or south side of the freeway for the permanent fire station?
Staff's recommendation is to specify that the fire station be located on the south side of the freeway.
Okay, that's Very good, clear information. Thank you.
Excellent.
So I believe that, I mean, fellow commissioners, that means that I believe Exhibit 3, Paragraph 2, should have a sentence added to it. Actually, it's included. The PUD, let's see, it's the second sentence, which is in my book underlined, says the PUD handbook should be revised to specify that the permanent fire station be located on the south side of 395 within Phase 1. And that is what we have just heard as staff's recommendation. I'm okay with that. I find it to be reasonable. I don't know what anybody else's feeling is.
Commissioner Weisky, just to play devil's advocate, in that circumstance where the fire experts determined that maybe they don't need a site, they don't need a station there at that time, maybe there's a station somewhere else that can serve the development. What happens when that site is left there and there's no fire station on it and you've got essentially an undevelopable
Do we still have
parcel?
Chief in the audience? Good. Chief Soto, would you come forward, please? Help us get to the, excuse me, Cochran. Boy, you almost got a third retirement.
I thought I was taking over the police department for a
Yeah,
second there.
combined services, right?
That's right.
So our discussion right now is whether or not the sentence that I just read in, and I'll read it again if you'd like me to, dedicates a permanent fire station to the south side of 395 within Phase 1. Is this what you would like to see the Planning Commission add to this handbook? Or would you like it left open for your agreement and negotiations with Stonegate and the City Council before approval of this handbook?
So I am comfortable with the sentence as you read it previously. Service demands are going to be on the south side.
Then you're locked in. Then it doesn't go to the north side should you decide to move it at a later date or even in your negotiations.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. Thank you.
What about the second clause of that sentence within Phase 1?
If I could, do we have a map available? I'm just going from memory on where exactly, but thank you.
Commissioner Weisky, you are proposing to include the Phase 1 piece of it, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a great question that,
Okay.
you know, we're both going in the same direction, although you were playing devil's advocate.
It's always good when it works.
And yes, I'm comfortable with Phase 1. In my mind, it was where Heather just identified on the map. One of the concerns I had was we don't want it buried, I use that word loosely, but buried too far into the Stonegate development because then it can't serve the north side or the freeway or anything north or south. So that provides in my opinion, in my view, that provides the best location for service to not only this development, but future developments.
So Chief, for clarification, Commissioner Weisky, its location is in Phase 1. Its construction and manning is not part of Phase 1 as a permanent station, correct? Because we've talked earlier about it being a temporary station located in Phase 1, and that's based upon a threshold of a number of certificate of occupancies.
Now, okay, and I'll just clarify, I thought your comments and question were directed toward ultimately the permanent station, but I think
Yes,
Heather,
it's the location of the permanent station, but not the timing of the permanent station.
correct. And I
Okay.
think Heather's going to add something here.
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner. To provide some clarification, Phase 1 does not include 1,700 homes, and so potentially the timing for construction would come during later phases, but the location would be identified in Phase 1.
Okay.
Good clarification. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson, for the motion that is going to be made here, one way or the other, there's, just for clarification again from staff standpoint, we have 2 exhibits added in. So I have a motion, proposed motion, that includes findings. And I'm looking for language, and I didn't, maybe I was flipping between tabs here. Would that motion need to include specific recommendation in order to meet staff's requirement of including the items listed in Exhibits 2 and 3?
Yes, that's correct. So in your motion, it would be great for the record to identify and discuss each of the items in Exhibit 2 and 3 with that recommendation, and also to cover the outstanding items with regard to signs, the street design, additional requirements if the street design proposed by the applicant is acceptable to Planning Commission. The specifics of those standards are included in the memo that was provided to you by the applicant just before the meeting, and with clarification of recommended uses.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, in looking at this, just in terms of clarification, the memo that we've received from the applicant identified a couple of these that they were not in favor of. Not that that's necessarily a part of our discussion, but I think that needs to be recognized in here, that as a part of the motion, we need to be looking at these. And I was just trying to understand, making sure that any changes or modifications we wanted to be made to respond, I think, to where Commissioner Weisky was going. Unlike other places where we're adding conditions, in this case, we're basically just adding items to the exhibit to allow for changes to the PUD for council to approve. And maybe I'll look to Claudia to answer that. So if we, okay, so the requirement, if we added to say, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3, and then Planning Commission recommendations would include those that aren't on there. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, I'll jump in while we're still on the fire station. I guess I know that the chief's opinion is to have it on the south side, but 1,700 homes is going to be some time from now, and he could negotiate the agreement before December, and it could be on the south side, but to have a 6-month timeline to come back and change it if he should change his mind or if other conditions change, I think is tough. So I sounds like we're leaning towards leaving it to the south, but I would prefer not to have that specific language in there. Once it's in the agreement, then that's where it's going to be, but they could change it, or they could change their mind within 1,700 homes. That could be many years from now. So I think that should stay out.
Okay. So we're at. Sure.
Heather, if you could come up to the podium and walk them through each item so they can have the discussion, make a decision, please.
Thank you. Doesn't feel.
Okay. So item by item is how you'd like me to go over these, or just more specifically which items we need to go over?
Mr.
Okay.
Johnson?
So I have Exhibit 2 and 3 in front of me. I would like you to just state what the additional items, I was writing them down, but I think I missed one. The additional items for discussion that staff has brought forward that aren't addressed in either exhibit or the PUD that sits in
Okay.
front of us.
Thank you. So with regard to Exhibit 2, when the street design standards are discussed, the applicant has requested the incorporation of the street design standards that are in the handbook before you this evening. And if the Planning Commission chooses to accept those standards, staff would recommend, and the applicant has provided language on the second page of the memo provided tonight, to include landscape areas along the roadway that would include extra large trees with standards outlined in that memo, a tree required for every 300 square feet, and a minimum for the entire PUD, or a minimum requirement for non-columnar trees overall within the PUD of 80%, if that made sense. So 80% of all trees would be non-columnar within the PUD. The applicant has provided and staff has reviewed a request for each of the street design standards that discuss the establishment of operations and maintenance manuals, and also include language that incorporate a storm drain system into the public right-of-way and maintenance responsibilities for those. With regard to signage, as discussed earlier, staff would be looking for.
Heather, can we pause there and
Sure.
just see if there's any discussion on that item before we move on to the next one? Doesn't look like it. Oh, Commissioner Johnson?
Sorry, Commissioner Johnson. So just to go then, the recommendation there is, or the item for discussion there is whether to accept item 1 in the existing Exhibit 2 or the modification proposed by the applicant, which is outlined addressing the street design and the landscape in the secondary memo that we had. That's the options that have been, that we're looking at.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. With regard to signage, the maximum height for the monuments have been identified. Staff would be looking to the Planning Commission to make a recommendation on maximum letter height and square footage for each of the primary gateway, which are identified as 12-foot maximum height for the sign structure, and secondary gateway signs, which are identified in the handbook as a maximum height of 8 feet.
Discussion on that one? Commissioner Hawkins, you had some comments earlier on that.
Yeah, we didn't come to a conclusion on that. I think 6 feet's going a little much. 5 would probably be more adequate than the 3 would be, so I'm pretty good with 5.5 feet.
Reactions? Okay.
And if I could just provide a little bit of input on that. Most commercial shopping centers, developments have a maximum letter height of 4 feet, just for reference.
Commissioner Weisky?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we should exceed what we would allow for shopping centers for a community. Driving into communities all over the western United States that I have visited, or cities, there is usually a monument sign of some type or an entry sign on a major arterial coming into it, but I don't recall any that are the size of a small billboard. They're typically in a landscaped island between opposite directions of traffic. In this case, once people understand and know what the community of Stonegate is, like Somerset or South Meadows or Double Diamond or any of them, they're going to be looking for addresses and streets not community entrance signs. And so to have an overwhelming sign at the front, I don't think draws attention or adds to the business of that community. So why would we restrict the signage inside in a town center and then have bigger signage out front when that's not what people are going for? They're either going to visit a residential tract or a street or the town center itself, my opinion.
No reaction, so continue.
With regard to the residential front yard landscaping, staff recommended and the applicant has accepted a requirement to include an approved tree and plant species list for residential front yards. The intent behind that is because we do have a design that will accommodate for drainage facilities within that front area, and the applicant intends for the homeowners association to maintain all front yards within the residential areas in front of the line of the house. Having that list will help future development to occur. Okay.
Not seen any reactions on that.
Okay. With regard to the modification of the super pad language,
Heather,
staff.
excuse me,
yes.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask Heather to stop for a second? I think the reason that we have no response to it is we got a wonderful 6-page dissertation from the applicant tonight after 4 o'clock when this meeting was starting. I don't know about the rest of you, but I've been focused on the meeting up to this point and haven't taken any time to read it. Don't know what's here. Don't even know whether that we should be accepting it. We've had this discussion several times over the last several years, not on this project, but on this type of a submission when we are during hearing. And I realize, Heather, and I appreciate you going through this, but to be quite honest, to know what we're going to do here, we should have both the applicant's representative and Heather up there discussing this, explaining what these changes are and whether or not they're acceptable or they're still in discussion, and we need to make a decision as a planning commission. But there's 6 pages here of information I haven't reviewed yet, just for the record.
Commissioner Gower, for the record, I would just echo that. I mean, we got that late in the day, and it was, a lot of information to digest in very little time. And we've had that discussion before about getting information right before the meeting. And I think we even set a deadline, wasn't it, 24 hours before? So, I mean, that's definitely a challenge that we're faced with right now. So I would echo Commissioner Weiske's concerns and frustrations.
Thank you.
And I'm quite honest, not sure how to resolve them at this point.
You might want to consider going through exhibits 2 and 3 as proposed by staff and just voting on each item. That might be helpful.
Commissioner Johnson, I'll weigh in first. I appreciate that from legal. I think that was the direction I was going in the first place, was I was trying to resolve the 2 exhibits that we have before us and the information that was in there. Based on the conversation that we're having, there's still a few items. The issue of the signage wasn't in either of these exhibits. I saw, the presentation that was brought before us in the staff packet had reduced signage totals, but they were based on what the applicant is requesting, not what staff is recommending. The information that's here, I guess the question for us moving forward, we can either review this based on the 2 exhibits that we have and the items that are listed in there, with some additional part in the staff report that talked about street sections and talked about some concerns. But again, then it would be on us to decide what we wanted to add. And I don't know if that's the appropriate approach, because it sounds like there's a large number of items that, and maybe large numbers of wrong terminology to use, but there's a number of items that it seems like there's been discussion about and may or may not include resolution, but I don't know if we have the time or the ability to get into that tonight, or if we do, we're gonna need to take a half step back and figure out exactly how to approach this if it's different than just reviewing the 2 exhibits that we have. Which I'm prepared to do. I'm prepared to make a motion based on the 2 exhibits that we have, but it sounds like there's some concerns above and beyond what's listed on these, moving forward to council with respect to clarifications on some of these items.
If I could jump in really quickly, as far as exhibits 2 and 3 go, there are a couple of items that the applicant and staff aren't in agreement on. Those include the condition number 3 in exhibit 2, the location of the fire station, and the roadway design in the handbook. It was something that staff originally was recommending that it meet the Public Works Design Manual. With regard to the proposed roadway design, it does meet AASHTO requirements, and with the additional criteria for landscaping size and location, staff, if the Planning Commission chose to, could see supporting that, and it would meet safety requirements outlined by AASHTO.
And I appreciate that. Those are the 3 that I was aware of, but I've also heard tonight about concerns about signage. I've heard concerns tonight about uses in the handbook that staff doesn't support, but they're, are still in the handbook. The discussion that we need to have is, are we ticking those items off without a staff report, basically based on something here and no presentation? And I think that's the concern that we have, is that we would be adding basically conditions to something that we're not really haven't had a chance to vet.
Understood. At the last meeting, the Planning Commission had continued the item to have discussion at a later time. Those items, the signage and the allowed uses, were elements that the Planning Commission had discussed, and during that question and answer process really hadn't given staff or the applicant sufficient direction to address it directly in the handbook. So the applicant has done what they could to clean up the handbook and then provide to you their request as far as sign size and allowed uses. And I think really the Planning Commission can continue the discussion as far as what uses the commission feels are appropriate within this PUD and the sign criteria for those gateway signs.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky. So Heather, then anything that we see in our Exhibit 2 or Exhibit 3 that has been lined out and removed, your staff is in agreement with the applicant on then, right? No
That's
discussion needed?
No discussion needed, correct, unless you have questions.
Okay,
Those items have all been addressed in the handbook.
okay. So the only thing then that we would have for further discussion is what was handed out this evening by the applicant, which is not resolved, or as the applicant calls it, disputed between the 2 exhibits.
That's correct. And then the PUD standards as you've reviewed them and discussed at prior meetings.
Okay, so if I look at this, there is an item on that refers to street standards. Excuse me. On page 2 of the applicant's document that is part of it, Exhibit 2, it's item number 3 in the middle of the page. Prior to approval of the first development proposal, the master plan developer or the master developer shall provide a traffic analysis that demonstrates that the anticipated highway and regional roadway infrastructure improvements outlined in Exhibit C have been constructed, and that is being disputed. So that's an issue for us to discuss, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that is it under Exhibit 2, and then Exhibit 3, it looks like they have one item on their first page, which is in regards to fire service. But I believe we've had that discussion. So those are the only two items that we need to discuss, and maybe this is a lot easier then, Mr. Chairman, than what it appears to be. Besides what we bring up as personal issues that we planning commissioners have, like I did earlier with signage.
Right. So let's distill it down then and focus on those issues. Which one are we going to start with? Signage. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Heather, we good with 4 feet?
So
On the
staff's
sign lettering?
recommendation for the entry signs was
Uh-huh.
36 inches for the primary gateway and 30 inches for the secondary gateway. It's really up to the planning commission
Well, I
to
wanted
have that discussion.
I was trying to go for 5 feet, and Commissioner Johnson said he could go with 4 or 5 feet, so
And which sign, I'm sorry, are you talking primary gateway or secondary or
primary
both?
gateway.
Primary, okay.
4 feet for the primary. What about the secondary?
36 inch.
Commissioners have any concerns with that?
Commissioner Weisky, I'm in agreement with that.
Okay. Commissioner Gower, I'm in favor of that as well.
Commissioner Gower, I have one other item under signs,
Okay.
and that is page 69 of the handbook, under industrial signs. Industrial freestanding monument sign is in at 25 feet, and I believe that that is too high, and I believe the maximum height of the sign should be at 15 feet. People going and using the industrial park for industrial area for business are typically not driving down the road looking for signage. They are on smarter means of mapping and are getting street by street, left turn, right turn designations from a handheld computer on where to go to. And so therefore, I don't think that sign needs to be seen by the residents in the north end of Cold Springs who are not probably going into that industrial park, and you're not going to see it from the highway at 25 feet over the buildings behind it. So, and I have mentioned this to the applicant. I don't know that we were in agreement on it, but the applicant was aware that I was going to propose 15 feet. And if the applicant's representative would like to come forward and address it for the applicant, I would request that, sir.
Thank you. For the record, Angela Foos. If you are comfortable with 15 feet, we can agree to 15 feet.
Thank you.
Can I add one more thing, maybe on our dissertation? We did provide that dissertation that's included in your staff report. We addressed everything in Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 3. So what we've done with that letter is given you actual verbiage to recommend language. So if you're looking for instance, language to say, how are we going to address the super pads, which is staff's Exhibit 3, number 1. We've given you specific language that staff and the applicant are in agreement on, so that there's no question.
I believe the only thing we're going to do is discuss 2 items that are disputed, and if this provides information on an appropriate paragraph or additional verbiage to be added, we'll discuss that when we get there.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay, so signage, industrial 15 feet, we heard from the applicant. They're okay with that? Everyone else okay with that? Any other sign-related discussion? Okay?
In
How about-
addition to the maximum letter height for the primary and secondary gateway, if the planning commission would choose to, I would like to get some information on the recommended maximum square footage of those signs as well.
Okay.
Didn't I ask you to not make me do math up here?
I would be happy to for the 4-foot tall. For the primary gateway sign, if we look at a 4-foot tall letter height, that would cut in half pretty much the proposed square footage. So that would be 100 square feet for the primary gateway.
And then
On-
60 square feet for the 36 inch?
60 sounds great.
Then based on the recommendation for the 4-foot and the 3-foot, I would support those recommendations for the overall square footage of 100 square feet and 60 square feet.
Okay.
Commissioner Weisky, I agree with that also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So signs, check.
Check.
Roadways?
Roadway.
Okay. So what's the first piece? Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I had an opportunity to look at that. There was a handbook that should be in the hands of the Stonegate people having to do with the LID, the roadways, that was written into the plan. Do you have that booklet here tonight?
Oh, I don't have a copy of it. Oh, actually, I do have a copy of it.
What Angela has in her hands is something that's probably I would call unique for what we're doing on the Stonegate project as far as the roadways. And was that approved in 2006 or
2003 initially.
2003? Could you give us a little insight on that pamphlet or that booklet and let us know how you guys came to your decision for the roadways?
Initially, that manual was put together in 2003, and it was a coordinated effort between the 3 jurisdictions on trying to move forward with more low-impact development, and that's related to private development, such as commercial. Anytime you come forward with a special use or a tentative map, you have to show how you're meeting low-impact development standards. There's also specific language in here tied to street design, and so LID is encouraged as part of street design. We have not seen it in Reno, so this is one of the first projects that it's bringing that forward. But this has something that's been in place. It's been adopted by the jurisdictions for the last 14 years. We are in agreement with staff as of this morning on the street sections, pending that additional language that Heather mentioned be added to the handbook. And that's related to trees, the number of trees, locations of trees, square footage of trees. So there's language that we are all in agreement on that would leave the street sections as they're proposed with the additional language that Heather mentioned be added to the handbook.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. One of the 2 items that is still being disputed, and Heather, I don't know if you're going to want to address this with the applicant's representative or if you're going to pass this off, but it's paragraph 3 in Exhibit 2 that says, prior to the approval of the first development proposal within each phase, the master developer shall provide a traffic analysis that demonstrates that the anticipated highway and regional roadway infrastructure improvements outlined in Exhibit C have been constructed. Now, that is being disputed. And so, Heather, would you like to address that, or
I'll turn it over to Janelle. Yeah.
Janelle, would you come up, please, and tell us why it's so important and should not be modified to what is being suggested by the applicant's representative?
Janelle Thomas, Senior Civil Engineer for the record. So this was developed in order to maintain that concurrency standard and in order to address that concurrency standard. I might have to refresh my memory on what their suggested language was.
That's fine.
Do you have?
Go ahead and take a minute, and if you need, I've got my copy right here if you want to read it.
Oh, they just want it removed. Okay.
I believe it's going to be their fourth page back, Janelle.
Mm-hmm. So the applicant appears to be requesting that that condition be stricken.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. And yet, staff wants this in there in which nobody has control over NDOT. So how are we applying a constraint on somebody when there is a third party that is not controlled by either first party or second party?
It's a challenge.
Good answer. But not the complete
Correct.
answer.
Right. We developed this condition because we did have a concern. We were presented with information regarding the proposed projects that were coming forward as a part of the future development in our community, which are tied to the regional road traffic model. And we thought that it was appropriate to tie that to this development because that was presented as evidence that concurrency was going to be met.
So if NDOT or RTC has not raised the level to a more acceptable level of service, then this project would be halted at that time? No further development would be allowed? Is that what I hear in this?
That would be one of the findings that would be required to be made when that development was coming forward. And yes, I believe that that is a correct statement.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for Janelle. Is anybody else?
I don't. I'm going to respond, though. I think that I wholeheartedly agree with where staff was going and trying to meet the concurrency requirements, but I don't think that it's a reasonable condition to place on the applicant because of all the externalities related to development in the North Valleys. I think it should be taken out. Commissioner Hawkins.
Mr. Hawkins, I have to agree with the chair too. It's to depend on NDOT to put in the service we require. It's crazy. We know how NDOT works, and I agree the condition needs to be strict.
Commissioner Weisky, I like the condition. I like the intent of the condition. I like where it's headed. And I believe that it's a great tool, but there are so many other projects that will be online or could be going online that would not be part of calculations until they are built out because they are an allowed use or development on an existing piece of property that it's tying a lot of other private property developments to something that hasn't gone to the extent, nor will they ever be required to provide the information that is being asked in this handbook to be provided, and yet the proprietor of the handbook is the one who's going to pay the price by not being able to build out because they have gone through these steps of providing a traffic analysis and study that is tied to a third party like RTC or NDOT. I would be in favor of striking it as much as I like what staff originally has brought before us and the intent and the tool to be, the way the tool is to be used. But I can't see it tying this down. So I would like to see it stricken as the applicant has recommended.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I think where you're going was, Commissioner Weisky, was exactly the line of questioning that I had for Janelle at the beginning, was what, it seemed a challenging way to put a requirement on the applicant, and just trying to understand from the Planning Commission standpoint, if that's not in there, is there still the ability for us to review traffic outside of the extents of this when everything comes through? And I got enough assurance that we would, because there's an entire traffic study required for everything. And I looked back, because one of the comments that struck me was that this was placed in there in order to help staff make the findings for this. And so I went through the findings because I totally understand where that was at. And the one finding that is there is talking about, you know, the design has to provide adequate control over vehicular traffic. And I think within the parameters of what the applicant can do, they have done that with respect to the requirements for the traffic analysis, as well as the improvements at the Whites Lake interchange that are keyed in not just to the residential development, but also the commercial development, the town center that's happening on the other side. So with respect to the items that they can control and the findings that we have to make with respect to traffic, I can make those findings based on that, with the understanding that the broader aspect of traffic, which is, as we know from the comments tonight and the emails that we received, of, you know, major importance to everybody that's out there, and will be probably the initial topic of discussion when every single one of these tentative maps comes before us. And if 5 years or 10 years from now, nothing has happened, I can pretty much guarantee that future planning commissions aren't going to let this move forward, no matter what the PUD says, until the roadways catch up, because of the requirements that are in the findings that we have to make from a tentative map standpoint. So I would also be in favor of striking it, but only because of the other things that are in place in the PUD.
If I may.
Planning Manager.
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager, thank you very much. So staff has included all of Exhibit 2 and 3 in particular, this item number 3 on Exhibit 2. And we can only support this project with these conditions included. So if that is removed, I don't believe staff can support the project. We believe that the nexus between the status of the freeway is at the PUD level, is at the 5,000 unit level. It's not at each individual tentative map. And we've concerned that we would be able to create that nexus with each map. We believe it is there with the overall PUD and the number of units going onto the freeway in the situation. So that's where we're coming from on this project. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, you've heard from staff, had discussion, talked about signs, roadways. Any other thoughts on that, number 3? Are there any other outstanding items that we need to discuss?
Mr. Chairman, we have one more
Weisky.
disputed item, Exhibit 3. It is regarding fire services. What's being disputed is
It's the identification of the permanent station on the south side of the freeway.
Specifically
In the
in
handbook.
phase one, though, right? Isn't that hang up?
The applicant is requesting that the location not be specified in the handbook and
Right.
that they be allowed to negotiate that through the agreement process.
So, for discussion, Mr. Chairman, we've heard from staff, we've heard from our fire chief tonight that staff and the fire chief want it to be acknowledged in the PUD that it is on the south side of the freeway. We have a document here that's submitted by the applicant's representative stating that they are the ones who don't want it. And we're trying to allow some flexibility in the negotiation by allowing the service agreement to be put in place prior to final acceptance by city council. I have a hard time making a decision on whether to mandate that it be on the south side in phase one at some given point that's agreed to in the service agreement, or leave its location out, because we don't know what aspect of the negotiation of that service agreement it takes place. But if we don't dedicate it to the south side, and the fire chief and Reno staff do not agree with this, and this does not, but if they do not agree with the applicant prior to the city council approving the handbook, then the handbook can be held up and not approved. So, as much as we have discussed this, not just tonight, chief and staff, but over the last couple of meetings, I believe you have a given fallback in that city council doesn't have to accept this entire handbook off of one item, the location, as preferred by the fire chief, who is going to be providing service to this whole area, and the handbook can be denied or held up until it's agreed to. I don't know that we need to add it into the handbook as much as we have added this discussion for considerations in your negotiation and city council's consideration of the handbook as final. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
I mean,
Commissioner Gower.
commissioners, I hope that makes sense. Chief, if I'm missing something, because I'm going to give you one last chance to step to the podium. If I'm missing something because you know what's going on in the negotiation that is a conflict, and we should know about it, to whether or not we have it added, or it's up to you guys to work it out over the next X amount of days, stand up now and state it, please, or agree to not having it in there.
I understand your comment.
So you're in agreement with taking it out?
Here's the thing, I do not envision a scenario where we would want it on the north side.
Okay.
Does that mean it's impossible? No. But I'm telling you that right now, right here, the preferred location is on the south side. I'm very comfortable putting that in the handbook. But based on, like I said, I understand your comments and leaving that flexibility. So having said that and recognizing that there is the ability de facto to hold up the handbook because we can't get it past city council because we can't come to an agreement,
Okay.
I think we can get to the same spot.
Good.
Does that
That's
makes it-
what I want. That's
Okay.
what I wanted to hear. Hopefully, my fellow commissioners feel comfortable with it also.
Okay.
And, Mr. Chairman, may I call Angela back up to the podium, please?
Please.
Angela, you've heard our discussion. Is there anything we should know from the applicant's perspective that would cause us not to want to support our city staff and our fire chief's recommendation to add the south side of 395 in Phase 1 for the permanent location of a fire station.
So, are you asking me, repeat that again?
I'm asking you that is there any reason why we should not state specifically to put the permanent fire station on the south side of the freeway in Phase 1?
Why the applicant believes you should not include that language in the
Yes.
handbook?
Yes.
Because of looking back at the history of, for instance, Reno fire and Truckee Meadows fire, there's been a lot of things that have come out of the separation that I don't think any of us would have anticipated. Things happen politically. If for some reason our city council and the county commission decides to go a different route and maybe go back to a consolidated effort, we are potentially looking at changing the handbook because a fire station may not be located on the south side. It may be located somewhere more appropriate. We also know, looking at history.
So at that time, staff can bring a request or a proposal to amend your handbook forward at their request because they want to make a change to it.
They
Based
can.
upon your argument right there.
In that situation, they can. I don't know that I have seen staff bring forward a change to a handbook. And maybe Claudia, you can provide some insight in that.
We have in the past, but I believe you stated at the beginning of the meeting tonight that that wording has been added, that the city would be able to bring forward an amendment to the handbook. You stated that at the beginning of tonight's meeting.
No, then I misspoke. That was not my intent. That is not what is included in our language.
And if I can just jump in while they're figuring that out, Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager, if we go back to consolidated fire, this handbook's gonna get amended. Either way.
Period. End of story.
It's-
Guaranteed. I understand that
And
argument too.
if they're looking for an approval in the next 6 months from city council, we're not gonna have consolidated fire. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Chief.
I think another reason that we have history is to look at Somerset. And Somerset put language in a fire service agreement, which was approved by city council. They went through, I believe, 5 changes to their fire service agreement. So we know there's probably a good chance there's going to be changes. If every time that document changes, we have to go back and amend this handbook, that's the concern we have, is why are we putting such specific language that
Wait a minute, isn't this handbook, like all planning documents, a living and breathing document?
absolutely it is.
So,
And it's zoning.
so there's the answer. It's susceptible to change no matter what you do.
And the things that we know that everybody is comfortable with, and staff, the chief, the applicant is comfortable with putting timing in terms of where that temporary station goes in Phase 1, the timing of that temporary station, and the timing of that permanent station. There's a lot of unknowns related to development in the city of Reno and in the Cold Springs area that will potentially impact where that fire station is going to go. So if we put that language in there now and something changes, and this is the language that says that we have the ability to amend the handbook, but that means the applicant has to submit an application to amend the handbook. So it's going to take 6 to 9 months to go through that process just to say, we want to move that fire station to Phase 2 instead of Phase 1, for example. If we get to a situation where the fire chief says, I'm going to keep that temporary fire station, maybe indefinitely, and I don't want a permanent fire station right in the same neighborhood as my temporary fire station, because that is an option. Then maybe he's going to say, I'm going to move that permanent fire station maybe to Phase 5, closer to Traintown. These are all the kinds of scenarios that we're just running through our heads saying there's a lot of potential here, that there's so many unknowns. So why are we requiring it in the handbook when the things that we're comfortable with is, yes, you're going to have a permanent fire station. Yes, you're going to have a temporary fire station. And we know the triggers for those stations. Let's let staff, the fire chief, the city council work out the details. And that's part of that agreement.
So right now, no, I'm talking to Angela, please. I called Angela up to the podium. Thank you. So if we have the chief right now saying that he's set on having it in phase one because he wants the close proximity to the freeway, chances are he's going to be negotiating that over the next 6 months or whatever it takes, and that's going to be where he's at. If something happens during that negotiation time that causes him to change his mind, it can be changed in the final agreement, correct?
The final handbook?
In the final handbook and in the agreement.
City council, yes, city council does have the option to make any changes to the handbook that they choose to before it's adopted and certified.
Okay, which even supports where we're at more right now, is that when Stonegate negotiates with the city and the fire department on the location, if we state tonight that it's in phase one, that's a starting point for your negotiations, correct?
That is a starting point.
Final negotiations can be stating whatever phase that city council, fire, and Stonegate agrees to, and it can be changed, the handbook can be changed to meet the service agreement and get it all approved so that this moves forward and can start in a positive direction, correct?
Absolutely, that can happen.
So there's no additional applications right now. There's no additional time other than the time in negotiations. It's just a starting point.
And if that
Do you
changes,
agree with that?
yes.
Okay, so if that's what we provide tonight is the starting point, and you guys in your negotiation end up with it in the final point, still doesn't mean that 3 chiefs down the road, it doesn't get moved.
That's correct.
Correct? And somebody's gonna have to do an application at that point, no matter what. So with that thought process, and that, thinking of it that way, is Stonegate okay with us adding phase one to the verbiage tonight?
I think if this is what's making you decide between approve or deny, then Stonegate can support that decision.
Okay?
Understanding that on the record,
It
you
may
know
get
that we're
changed.
not comfortable with that specificity.
Absolutely. And you're gonna bring that up in negotiations, and I hope Stonegate brings it up with city council when they're talking to them and is part of the negotiations so that it gets worked out. But I believe, for me, not for the other 5 commissioners up here, that I am helping to provide a starting point for the negotiations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Angela.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the commission at this point if there are any other outstanding issues that we need to resolve. You have all the answers that you need. Who's ready to make a motion? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll see what I can do here. I have several pages of notes apparently to work my way through this. In the case of LDC 17-00008 and LDC 17-00009, Stonegate Master Plan and PUD zoning map amendments, I move to recommend that the City Council tentatively approve the Planned Unit Development Handbook by minute order based on compliance with all of the applicable findings with, and I guess this is where I bring this in, with the change, let me get this to where we're at here. From the motion standpoint, including the exhibits, the items in Exhibit 2 item 1, item 2, item 4, and item 5. Exhibit number 3, items 1, item 2 as stated. Actually, I need to back up. I'm sorry. On exhibit 2, I would like item 1 modified to the language presented by the applicant to allow for the revisions to the street section as shown in the manual, or excuse me, as shown in the PUD, with the revisions to the landscape and the trees noted in the information provided by the applicant, which I won't read because it's several pages long. So change item 1 with that. Then item 2 is written, item 4 is written, item 5 is written. And exhibit 3, item 1 as written, item 2 as written, item 4 is written, item 6 is written. And I would like to add to the exhibits the recommendation of the sign size for the major gateway, allow for a 4-foot high sign, 100 square foot, 4-foot high lettering, 100 square feet. Secondary sign, 3-foot high lettering, 60 square feet. Would like to strike, included as another item, to strike outdoor storage and outdoor manufacturing as an allowable use even per SUP in the town center. And
Industrial sign.
and the change to the industrial sign height to 15 feet as indicated by Commissioner Weisky. With that, and based on the findings and those additions, I can make the findings based on those additions and modifications to the exhibit.
Okay, well done. Have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky.
Yes.
I will second that motion. I would just like clarification before I do so that Commissioner Johnson in his motion is referring to the redlined revisions in the PUD in Exhibit 2 and 3 as what you were referring to.
Commissioner Johnson, in response to that, I am referring to the red line ones with the date of September 20th, 2017 in red at the top.
Planning manager?
Janelle, are you good with the direction from number 1 on exhibit 2? As stated in the motion? Does that include the revisions that you agreed to earlier?
While she's taking a look at that, I would like to clarify that the staff report for this meeting includes additional definition criteria for the superpad site with the exclusions, if you wanted to incorporate that into your motion.
Commissioner Johnson, I will include the language for the superpad sites that was amended as part of the staff report and as agreed to by the applicant as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Janelle, last piece.
Janelle Thomas, Senior Civil Engineer for the record. So are you referring to the document that you were handed this evening for those stated revisions on Exhibit 2, Item 1?
Sorry, I'm flipping as many pages as you are up here. That is correct. The applicant's presentation of of revised language per item 1, Staff's Exhibit 2, which included additional definition of landscape areas as well as the size of and location of the trees. And then continuing on with the items below that, with respect to the specific roadway designs of the arterial parkway, Neat Street designs, as indicated on basically staff's Exhibit 2 comment responses from the applicant.
Yes, so staff is in agreement with that.
Thank you, Janelle.
You bet.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do I have any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, Commissioner Weisky, with those clarifications on the motion, I can now make the second and make all the findings.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. 6-0. With that, we are going to take a break. We'll re-adjourn in about 10 minutes. back to order, and we will continue on with our agenda and item 7.1. Discussion and possible action regarding draft master plan amendment, land use designations. Sienna, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members. For the record, Sienna Reed, Senior Planner. I am waiting for my PowerPoint to come up really quick. But to start off, this item seeks additional Planning Commission direction on the draft master plan land use map for the updated master plan. And specifically tonight, we're seeking direction for this item on a site that's located in the general Lemon Drive, Memorial Drive area, and you'll remember that we had an initial discussion about this particular site at the July 20th Planning Commission workshop. So on the slide overhead, you can see that the subject site consists of 4 parcels. They total almost 30 acres in size, generally located near the intersection of Lemon Drive and Memorial Drive. At this point in the current master plan, they have a designation of special planning area, North Virginia Street Transit Corridor, and then zoning is mixed use, North Virginia Street Transit Corridor as well. And within that zoning district, there are really a wide range of uses that are allowed, whether those be residential, both single family and multifamily, but also a wide range of commercial and industrial uses as well. Before really kind of digging a little bit deeper into the site specifics, I did want to back up at least for this first item and give just a brief overview of why we're updating our land use plan and kind of what those changes entail, the direction that we've received to date. So as you are aware, we are adopting a new land use plan as part of the updated master plan. It really consists of 2 components, the land use categories themselves and then the actual attendant land use map. And we are moving away from the special planning area master plan land use. So really trying to move towards more discrete land use categories that convey the types and location of uses that the city is looking to see in terms of development moving forward. We are moving from 8 to actually 13 land use categories, and that will help us over time better understand what we are changing in terms of land use and how that tracks with demand. So in addition, the land uses have been designed to really help us address some kind of thornier compatibility issues that we often face. Some of those are urban-rural interface issues. Some of those are employment land viability from an encroachment perspective. When you have residential uses and industrial next to each other, you tend to reduce the viability of both of those uses. And then as well, context-sensitive infill. So this slide really just shows the draft land use map as it stands. Wanted to note to the greatest extent possible, we used our adopted zoning and underlying PUD handbooks to translate to the new categories. But we did get direction in December of 2016 at a joint meeting of the Planning Commission and City Council to move to the new categories for those areas that are special planning area, which has required us to actually go forth and choose what might happen in those particular areas. So did want to note that we did get that direction, and I'll provide a little bit more detail and more specifics there. So we have been looking for a lot of feedback on the map. It was previewed in in-person events in February of 2017, and then we had an online comparison tool that was up from May through almost the end of August. So really trying to provide a very wide range of time in which we were soliciting feedback. So in terms of that direction that I was mentioning, what we did receive was, as we move forward with phasing out the special planning area land use and applying those distinct land use categories, it has meant that we've had to say, okay, well, what is the type of development that is desired? Is it more employment oriented? Is it kind of true mixed use where you have a little bit more commercial and residential, or is it more on the residential orientation side of things? We also got direction at that meeting to clearly define where our employment opportunities are envisioned to protect their viability, and that was really relating back to our employment demand forecast and needs assessment. And so with kind of that additional kind of look at those types of lands, we did get some specific direction on some areas located along North Virginia Street as well as near Stead Boulevard to translate those to more employment focused. So not only citywide, there might be some areas where you're going to be more focused in terms of your land use categories, but within this specific area, here's some more concrete direction. And then additionally, where we can to encourage a broader mix of housing through the new land use categories. So as I mentioned, we did get, again, that very specific direction around North Virginia Street and near Stead Boulevard. This map really shows what that direction was, kind of moving from a mixed-use concept where you do have that wide range of residential, commercial, and industrial to an employment-oriented land use pattern that is interspersed with housing nodes, and that's generally around our freeway interchanges along US 395. As you know, we've received feedback on the proposed land uses for the 4 parcels that you can see on this map that are located in the general vicinity of Lemon and Memorial Drive. What's proposed for 29.41 acres that are on kind of that northeast corner of Memorial and Lemon is the industrial master plan land use category. And in the draft map for a very small 0.36 acre parcel to the northwest corner, mixed employment is proposed. What we heard during the workshop is that the property owner would like to have an alternate land use designation through the draft process. The desire there is for the suburban mixed use category, and this would really allow for a wide range of conforming zoning districts, mixed use, multifamily of 30 dwelling units an acre, kind of the host of commercial from neighborhood, arterial, and community commercial districts, as well as professional office, general office. And what we know from the property owner and their representatives, what they really want to do is move forward with some multifamily residential development. In terms of direction from the Planning Commission, we were asked to bring back some additional information, kind of how far along are they in their plans? Have they thought about submitting anything yet? And so what you can see on this slide and also in your packet is a preliminary site plan. It's for 408 multifamily units. They would be to the north of Memorial Drive, east of Lemon. And what we've heard from the property owner's representative is that if residential were to continue to be allowed through conforming zoning districts on this site, that offers could be executed on the sale of land and potentially development could be underway within about a year. So looking a little bit more carefully at the characteristics of these 4 parcels, they're generally vacant except for about almost 9 acres where there is an existing cemetery. The parcels are generally flat. We have about a 3% slopes. They are suitable for a variety of types of development. In terms of our surrounding uses, really looking kind of to the north side of 395, we have some existing shopping centers zoned arterial commercial. To the south and east, we have existing distribution warehouses zoned mixed use North Virginia Street Todd Corridor. And then to the west, we have some additional vacant land zoned arterial commercial. I think the thing to note here is that these existing distribution warehouses are directly adjacent to the site. And they are allowed to operate 24 hours a day without a special use permit, and there obviously is no active special use permit on that site. So in considering this draft land use map, and specifically as it relates to these 4 parcels, we do think it's important to note what were the findings from the employment demand forecast and needs assessment. You know, we do generally know that if we have kind of recent employment trends continue, that we might have a shortage of industrial land supply. That's in part why the direction was provided in December of 2016, and that we should generally be looking to protect our viable industrial areas moving forward and monitor that supply over time so that we have a sense of where we stand as a city. So in addition to that, we also need to very much consider this compatibility of land uses, so between industrial and residential. One of the things that you'll note in the staff report is, you know, if we have residential uses on kind of the biggest vacant portion of the site, what we will have is really truck traffic mixing with passenger cars, not only on Memorial Drive, but then also on Lemon Drive, We do have existing distribution warehouse uses. They're allowed to operate 24 hours a day. And so as staff, what we've noted is, this is kind of the rub. This is the industrial residential compatibility issue that we often confront here. While there might be ways to kind of locate potential apartment buildings, in terms of distance away from the existing warehouse distribution uses, we're really not going to be able to get away from the existing truck traffic. So we did want to call your attention to that. And what we're looking for tonight is for the Planning Commission to just provide some additional direction regarding the draft master plan land use for this site. We are in support of a change to suburban mixed use on that small portion, that 0.36 acre portion of the site that's located on the northwest corner of Lemon Memorial Drive. It would really actually be a little bit more consistent with the land use pattern that's in place. But we do continue supporting the industrial land use category on the 29.41 acres that are located on the northeast corner of Lemon and Memorial Drive. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Sienna. At this point, I don't think we have any disclosures, so I think I'm just going to jump right into public comment. Commissioner Hawkins, do you have disclosures?
Oh, I've got one. My parents are buried out there at the cemetery in question, or next to it.
Well, let me just go through and ask. Commissioner Weisky, do you have any disclosures? No. Commissioner Griffith? No, I have no disclosures.
No disclosures. Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Marshall, none.
Commissioner Olivas, none.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to open public comment then, and I do have a public comment card from Derek Wilson.
Good evening. Derek Wilson on behalf of the property owner. We also have a representative of the multifamily development here and the property owner here as well. So I'm going to focus on planning issues, and I think they're going to add some property-specific or project-specific comments. Drew Lawton, local owner, he owns the property. His goal is to retain his existing zoning rights. His preference would be for no change at all to his land use designation. He's one of the few properties out there. I understand that the current transit corridor and MU standards have not always fit with the projects that show up. So I realize that maybe some modifications are in order overall, but he's one of the few properties that has been acting on that MU, and it's been working for him. And in fact, he has a project on site now that I'm going to get to in a second. His preference would be no change, to keep the rights that he has now, to keep that MU zoning. Given that this process is underway, we would accept the change to suburban mixed use. The change to industrial would, in effect, shut down both his existing project that's out there, the cemetery, and shut down in terms of additional development, and the potential for a project that's under discussion now, the multifamily project. I would say that in general, it's regarded as good planning to include a mix of uses in an area, to include housing near employment centers, to include neighborhood services near where people live. So I think the mixed use zoning is appropriate, and it would be a benefit to the area to let it develop under these existing mixed use standards. I'd like to elaborate a little bit on the cemetery. A change to industrial zoning would make this a non-conforming use. So that cemetery is not fully built out. He has additional development plans for that. Those plans would be very much up in the air with industrial designations on the property. As I said, the existing use would be non-conforming. So I think that, in effect, would make additional related cemetery uses, a mausoleum and such, not allowed. So it would, in effect, stagnate that property. As I understand it, there are two sort of broad issues facing the city, and we hear these at City Council: managing our industrial land inventory and then managing our housing inventory and affordable housing. We need to do both. Sienna's done a lot of great work on the master plan update. I can appreciate all that, and I'm sure that the overwhelming majority of it I agree with. But in this case, I think her staff report is overly concentrated on industrial land inventory. This is a fairly small site. It's not by itself gonna solve an industrial land inventory. It's not a great industrial site. If it was the prime industrial site there, it would have been developed with the Amazon project that's nearby. So we need to focus on both industrial and housing. I don't think that we need to be entirely one-sided. I'm sorry, I was treating this as a normal project presentation. Is that appropriate or?
I think we were doing 3-minute presentations as if public comment.
Okay.
That's the way I
Yep.
kind of set it up, Derek.
Yep,
'cause we've
fair
got
enough.
the request to speak
I'll
part.
make a final point that it was extremely easy for me to find numerous examples all around town of industrial and residential interactions where they're directly next to each other. And it literally took me longer to do the labels than it did to find these examples, and they're everywhere. And during the previous discussion, I found one near the Stonegate project. So the city is full of these. They function well. It doesn't seem to be a compatibility issue in general to me. There are a lot of approvals on this, so I think it can function on this site as well. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Right, sorry for not clarifying the format there ahead of time. Next request to speak card I have on this item is from Chris Coombs.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Chris Coombs. I work for the Lansing Companies, and we are the development company that are currently under contract to buy the property from Mr. Lawton. Just to reiterate what Derek said, what we would like to seek on this is a retention of the current master plan designation that's on there in such a fashion that we can continue to move forward with the mixed-use project. The city has identified that there's a need in the North Valleys for affordable housing, and this is a good site for it, in our opinion. It's adjacent to services. It's near a transportation hub. It's near employment. And we currently have 3 multifamily developers who are willing to pursue development on this property pending an appropriate master plan designation on it. The city's, or the staff report identified the conflict or the planning guideline of residential adjacent to industrial. And I think in certain instances, there is an exception to the rule, and this property is one of them. In the site plan, this tentative site plan that we prepared that was in your packet, this property works well to from a multifamily standpoint to isolate it onto itself. The nearest industrial is to the kind of the southwest here, and it would be located approximately 350 feet away. And there is also some topographic relief from Memorial Drive down to the project site of approximately 30 feet. So this would be located away and down from the existing industrial traffic. We have looked at this from an industrial standpoint with some industrial developers, and quite honestly, it does not set up well for an industrial site due to the shape of the parcel and the topo that is across it. It's very difficult for large industrial users to get the coverage ratio needed for a viable industrial project. But we have gotten an extreme amount of interest from multifamily developers. Sienna mentioned that we feel with an appropriate master plan designation, this property could be developed within a year very easily. And so just, kind of to reiterate it, we're just asking for a continuation of what exists today. This isn't a situation where we're trying to go from apples to oranges. We just want it to go from apples to apples, so we continue moving down the path that we've already started on. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much. And the next request to speak form I have on this item is from Drew Lawton.
Hello, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Drew Lawton, property owner of both the parcel in question for development and Sierra Memorial Gardens Cemetery. I too as well just would like to echo the sentiment that the 2 gentlemen prior to me just mentioned, that for one, we do have an active cemetery out there, does need further development and growth, and to put an industrial overlay on that makes no sense to me whatsoever and does need to be addressed properly. On the frontage parcel, the 20-some-odd acres, if we weren't active in doing what we're doing, and it has taken us some time, and I am in contract with this group, we do have real offers. If I didn't have anything on the table, I wouldn't have the arguments and we wouldn't be putting any time into this. But we do have real things happening. I've been putting years of planning into this with all my offsites. I've upsized water lines in Memorial when the industrial was going in, getting ready for either retail or multifamily. I made an easement across the Amazon property to get a 4-inch force main line in. So I have all my offsites done. I put conduit under Memorial Drive. These are all things I've been preparing for to find the right project. I'm happy to be working with the Lansing Group, and I am very happy that we have some real offers coming forward. So I'd like you guys to seriously consider that the highest and best use for the site is not industrial, not to mention boxing in the cemetery into an industrial box. So thank you again for listening, and that's all.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment on this item, 7.1? Seeing none, I will close it and bring it back to the commission for questions and discussion. Sienna's looking for a recommendation. Commissioner Marshall?
Thank you. Sienna, can I ask a couple of questions? Is it an accurate characterization that with the industrial overlay, the cemetery would be non-conforming?
If the Planning Commission were to move forward with a proposed industrial land use designation, what that would do in terms of zoning in the future, the mixed-use zone would not be conforming with the industrial master plan land use designation. And so at that point, when we move on to the development code update, we would be looking to adopt one of the conforming zoning districts with industrial. And so those conforming zoning districts based on the updated land use categories and land use plan would be industrial, industrial, commercial, and industrial business. I don't believe a cemetery is allowed in those, but in terms of uses that don't have a special use permit, I'm not quite sure if it's allowed by special use permit or just not permitted. But if it is a special use permit, uses that don't have a special use permit but are in existence and weren't granted one are allowed to operate, but expansion would need to come back in for a special use permit.
I wonder if, I mean, in general, we try to avoid making existing uses non-conforming unless we want to phase them out. Is this something that you all thought about as to whether or not this particular land use in this particular location is preferred, not preferred, or, I mean, it's kind of hard to phase out a cemetery.
Yes, it certainly is hard to phase out a cemetery. In terms of kind of the overall pattern of development in the area, we were proposing industrial to really create a more cohesive pattern of development over time. And so that was the rationale in terms of the application.
Is there any way that we could have some sort of conforming zoning on, ultimately have a conforming zoning applied to the cemetery parcel that is consistent with the overall direction that you want to have on these parcels, which is to maintain the ability, primarily the empty parcel, for industrial?
If the concern is specifically on the cemetery parcel to support, say, public facility zoning, we would be looking at, say, a master plan land use designation of public, quasi-public. That would kind of be a very straight translation from the proposed land use to the conforming zoning district. And I think that the point about is the cemetery something that's desired to be phased out over time is a fair point. It's not going away anytime soon, but I would say the pattern of development in that area has changed substantially.
Thank you.
Mr. Weisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sienna, is it best planning practices to put industrial up against a freeway or multifamily developments up against a freeway, specifically an on-ramp?
Well, I think, there are impacts to all types of land uses from freeways, whether that be from a noise perspective or whether that be from an emissions perspective and kind of CO2, that type of thing. But when you think about the two types of uses, which one's going to have potentially more people next to a freeway. I would say at 408 units, we'd probably definitely
I'm
have a lot
talking more
more.
about the principles in
people.
planning.
Yeah, you generally don't want to have high-intensity uses next to a freeway unless there's appropriate buffering, appropriate vegetation, and those things could happen at a site-specific level for this particular parcel. But it is generally better to have uses that aren't, quite as high of intensity there
Okay.
from a residential perspective.
Okay. Would a project similar to the one that's being used as the example tonight, would that just be, if that came forward for a permit and we went through with our MU zoning recommendation in the new master plan, would it require review by the Planning Commission, or would it just be a staff review?
Unless it was triggering some type of discretionary review for that particular area in terms of the North Virginia Street Transit Corridor, it would not. If it met all provisions of code and didn't trigger any type of discretionary review. And I'm trying to remember for North Virginia, I think maybe cuts and fills are specified for discretionary review. And so there might be some site features that could potentially do that. But if the project were to come forward under mixed use and it met all the code standards, no, it would not come before the Planning Commission. That being said, we do know that we have a lot of work ahead of us in the code. I would suspect that, this is an area where we would potentially be looking to make zone changes and just our entire application of mixed use, I think is, something that we'll be looking to take a look at, especially in light of the master plan changes, which have made substantial changes to a lot of areas that have the special planning area master plan land use and mixed use zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Sienna? Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sienna, I don't like the word phased out. My parents aren't phased out.
That was my language. I apologize.
We can use translate. Translate to a different land use category.
Not a good thing. I mean, they've been there a while. They're going to be there a long time. I don't want to see anything happen in here that's going to jeopardize the cemetery or any of their holdings around it. I can be very vocal about this, but I won't be at this time. I just don't want to hear the word phased out or done away with, or because it isn't compatible with the industrial zoning and everything that in the direction you want to go. Mixed use might be the best way to go.
Commissioner Griffith? No? Looks like you had a question. Sienna's looking for direction from us on which way to go. Commissioner Hawkins?
Are you aware of the Hilltop Cemetery off Ralston that was going to go in a direction that it shouldn't go, and they were going to inter or remove and replace these human remains to another cemetery? Because that's what kind of I'm getting a feeling here, and it's not a good feeling.
I am aware of its existence. I don't have any information on its ultimate desired direction from a property owner perspective. That's certainly not the intent with the proposed master plan land use designations. And again, if there is concern about that, my recommendation would be that we move forward with, say, a quasi-public master plan land use for the cemetery portion of the 4 parcels that are before you this evening.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hawkins, I want to ask you, and I'm going to ask legal counsel to weigh in, just based on your questioning and your, I understand your disclosure and your involvement, emotionally with the parcel. I'm just going to ask legal counsel to weigh in on their thoughts on kind of your questioning and how it might influence your decision.
It's emotional. I won't tell you it's not.
Okay.
Well, we discussed this in the back room, and what I didn't get from you is when I asked if you felt you had a commitment of private capacity or some kind of influence, you said no, but I think you've kind of indicated otherwise in your comments. So you might want to consider abstaining from voting on this matter.
I'll do that. I'll recuse.
Okay. Commissioner Griffith?
Commissioner Griffith, for the record. Well, my only concern is that we did have the owners come forward and that they do have what at least we can only assume are plans to be moving forward. So I'm really apprehensive to go against an owner that has a plan. And I mean, to say that in 6 months fell through and then we can revisit it or something like that. But that's my biggest concern, is that they came forward and they seem to have plans that appeared, at least as far as I am aware, that are in motion. So that's my only thought.
Commissioner Marshall?
Do you need a motion to move things along, or are you ready for that at this point?
I'm ready for a motion, yeah.
I would like to move the staff recommendation for the, and I'm going to get the, how would you like me to refer these parcels differently?
It's probably helpful to kind of cruise back to a map. And this just really shows kind of what our existing special planning area master plan land use is, and then what's proposed as drafted right now. So there's a 0.36 acre site that's located on that northwest portion of Lemon and Memorial Drive, and staff's recommendation there was to go from what is actually proposed as mixed employment to suburban mixed use. So we agreed with the property owner there. And then you have actually 3 parcels on the northeast corner of Lemon and Memorial. The one that's the largest is about 19.9 acres in size, and that's the parcel that the property owner has indicated that there are plans in place that they've made substantial progress on that portion. There's another very small parcel that borders that larger parcel. It's actually very difficult to even see in the blue outline. My general sense is, given that directly fronts Memorial, that if the desire is to accommodate residential development by maintaining the suburban mixed use land use designation, that parcel also be suburban mixed use. And then in terms of the cemetery parcel, that's really the parcel that's to the easternmost, has kind of some little steps down almost is what it looks like. And I think that is for the commission to decide if it should be suburban mixed use per the applicant's request, or the property owner's request, industrial, or potentially public, quasi-public. So I think kind of taking them in terms of the 0.36 acre site, the larger 19 acre site plus a small sliver parcel, and then the cemetery parcel would probably be the best choice in terms of direction tonight.
Actually, before I make my motion, can I ask, with suburban mixed use, would the cemetery be conforming or non-conforming? Depends on the zoning that would then be applied, or?
I'd have to check the North Virginia Straight Todd corridor. I'm not sure, but I think that the caveat there is we do anticipate revisiting a lot of those standards. So if the desire is to really protect the cemetery, the public, quasi-public master plan land use would support a public facility zone in the future.
Thank you. And I'd like to, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation for the zoning for the 0.36 acre parcel, the 19.9 acre parcel, the sliver parcel that fronts Memorial, and to assign a public, quasi-public for the cemetery parcel to make sure that it's not non-conforming, or that it's conforming, ultimately.
It does conform.
Okay. There is a motion on the table. Have a
Mr.
second?
Chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, can I just ask for a clarification? Staff's recommendation for the larger parcel and the sliver parcel is industrial. Is that what you were?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask Sienna to put that slide back up on this overhead? Sienna, that's the recommendations slide you have. Thank you.
Other way.
So we'll be breaking down the second dash. If, my motion is based on the premise to try to maintain the conformance of the cemetery sod.
And
slide.
for additional reference, at this point, Claudia just checked it. The cemetery is conforming with the mixed-use North Virginia Street Transit Corridor zone. However, as I mentioned, we do anticipate additional changes moving forward. So I think, upon more reflection and good discussion, the public quasi-public is a better master plan land use category for the cemetery itself. It does reflect how some of the other cemeteries have been designated in the updated plan, and a lot of them already have public facility zoning. So.
Commissioner Marshall, can I ask that you restate your motion for clarity?
Okay, I'll do it I'll move staff recommendation for the 0.36 acre portion, which would be the suburban mixed use. Then I'm gonna break down the parcels on the, would that be east side of Lemon?
They are on the east side.
So the 19.9 acre parcel that it to be industrial, and the sliver parcel that fronts Memorial to be industrial, and the cemetery parcel to be public, quasi-public.
Did you get that, Michelle? Okay, have a motion?
Clarification, if we could.
Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, the property owner is looking for mixed use, is that right? To continue with the project that they have underway, they're not looking, they're in disagreement with staff, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, and you're proposing to
Accept
accept
staff's,
staff's, okay.
Okay, a motion. Do I have a second? Seeing no second, the motion dies. Do I have another motion, alternative motion? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson, I would move that we accept staff's recommendation for the suburban mixed-use category on the 0.36 acre portion of the site. And then I would recommend that we accept or change the use category for the 19 acre and the sliver acre also to suburban mixed use, and the cemetery portion to public, quasi-public.
Okay, have a motion. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Olivas, I'll second that.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Opposed. Okay. 6-1, Commissioner Marshall opposed. Okay, we will move on then to 7.2, which is also a master plan map for Moya Boulevard.
Okay, sorry about that. Memorial. All right. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, Commission members. For the record, Sienna Reed. This is the second item that we're seeking direction from the Planning Commission tonight on the draft land use map for the updated plan. This particular site is 13.31 acres in size. It's located on Moya Boulevard, approximately 210 feet south of the intersection of Moya and Resource Drive. At this point in our current master plan, it has a mixed residential land use designation, which really allows for quite a wide range from 3 to 21 dwelling units an acre. But the zoning on the subject property is single-family residential at 6,000 square foot lots. This is another site that is impacted by the direction that we received at the December 2016 joint leadership meeting. So, as we look to, transition out the special planning area, master plan land use, apply these distinct categories, we are making changes to generally areas that have the special planning area land use with either a PUD supporting zoning or mixed use supportive zoning. So this is another location because it is next to an existing PUD that is generally industrial in nature, where we've taken an opportunity to more clearly define, that this particular area does have an employment orientation in terms of a surrounding land use pattern. And so here, kind of delivering on that direction of more clearly defining where employment opportunities not only exist currently, but where they're desired. Additionally, this area does fall within kind of the broader direction that we received from, taking areas that are along North Virginia Street and then kind of more generally near Stead and seeing if they can have that more employment-focused land use category. In terms of the land use designation that's proposed in the draft land use map, it is industrial. And as I was mentioning, in terms of why was this category applied, it really was based on the surrounding land use pattern. We have the IDI Stead Business Center, which is a PUD to the west of the site, and it's predominantly industrial and lighter commercial, or lighter industrial and then commercial uses that are allowed. Additionally, what we have north of Moya Boulevard is really a predominantly industrial land use pattern. We do have some open space areas in terms of the playa that's to the north, but not only to the north side of Moya, but then is, Moya kind of curves around and starts to head north. What we start to transition to is really a very employment-oriented type of development pattern. So what we have heard from the property owner and the property owner's representative is that they would like the mixed neighborhood master plan land use category. This, in terms of conforming zoning districts, to give you a range, would be kind of SF4, MF14, PUD. So really trying to focus on, detached single-family homes that might be on smaller lots, townhomes, smaller multifamily units. So not necessarily the same density range that would be in place under the current mixed residential master plan land use, but a little bit more narrow. Looking at the site characteristics, it is vacant. It's important to note that we do have some development constraints that exist. Looking at the FEMA mapping, almost the entire site is located within the AE flood hazard zone. We also do have a major drainage way that bisects the site. So taking those things into account, what we've noted is just generally, it's not that development can't move forward in this particular location, but what it would probably be more suited for is kind of some smaller footprint type of buildings. Looking at the surrounding uses, we have Silver Lake Playa zoned open space to the north, and then to the south, we have detached single-family homes. Their zoning is SF4. As I mentioned, to the west is that IDI Stead Business Center PUD, so distribution warehouses. There we do have a little tiny bit of land zoned SF6 also to the west, and then to the east, what we have are detached single-family homes and then distribution warehouses that are zoned industrial. And as noted, I think the one thing that we've really kind of landed on is that Moya Boulevard is acting as this kind of buffer. It's really separating, where we have existing industrial uses that are already to the north of Moya, and then our residential uses to the south. So as you consider this particular site, similar to the last site, we do want you to just note that we do have an employment study that was conducted, really trying to, on direction, support viable industrial areas. And we do have concerns about the addition of further residential uses, potentially of a greater intensity on Moya Boulevard. So at this stage, what we have are, a variety of industrial uses. They already use Moya Boulevard as they make their way to US 395. If they're indoors in our manufacturing or distribution warehouse, they can operate 24 hours a day. And additionally, Moya Boulevard has been identified as a Nevada freight corridor in the 2040 Regional Transportation Plan. So definitely from kind of that roadway perspective and what it might have on it in the future, it's noted that these industrial types of trucks might be there and likely will. And we also have concerns about increasing vehicle trips. As you probably noted on the map before, Moya Boulevard really kind of curves around this site. And office or light industrial uses would generally generate fewer vehicle trips than you might find with a multifamily development. So we are noting that, and the reason we're noting kind of office or light industrial uses is those would be kind of smaller footprint types of uses, just noting the constraints on the site. We don't really think that a large footprint industrial building would be possible just because of the development constraints. And so from a recommendation perspective, we are looking for you to consider the site, provide us direction with what you'd like to see in the draft land use map that comes before you in October. We do continue to support the application of the industrial land use category on the site, really trying to reduce those compatibility issues between trucks and residential development, and then also potentially reduce safety concerns from the increased amount of vehicle trips that could potentially result on that curved roadway. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at the appropriate time. Janelle is also hanging with us tonight if you have any questions on the roadway concerns as well.
Right, thanks very much. Before we get to questions, let's do disclosures. Commissioner Olivas, do you have any?
Commissioner Olivas, no disclosures.
Commissioner Marshall, none.
Commissioner Johnson, no disclosures.
Commissioner Gower, no disclosures.
Commissioner Griffith, I spoke with the owner's representative.
Commissioner Hawkins, no.
Commissioner Weisky, I've been by the site.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'm going to open the public comment portion of this item, and I do have Ken's public comment card here, and it's the only one I have. Ken, welcome. And we're just gonna, like the last one, we'll do it as public comment, so 3 minutes, just as a heads up.
All right, thank you. For the record, my name is Ken Crater, and I have been working with Pat Morrissey, who's owned this parcel for a number of years now, for quite some time. He was actually ready to move forward with a multifamily project before the Great Recession. Well, that took care of that. But we think that actually from a planning standpoint, this site makes more sense as multifamily. And if you look at the parcel, which sits in here, you can see it's actually got twice the amount of adjacency to other mixed residential property than it does industrial. You've only got about 600 feet that borders the industrial, but about 1,200 feet that borders the mixed residential. So from an adjacency standpoint, it clearly aligns with much more residential than industrial. And I think too, some of the arguments like traffic, for example, if you recall the Maverick on Sutro and McCarran, that's on industrial land. That generates a couple thousand trips per day compared to a multifamily project that might generate 400 or 500 trips per day. And also, I think it's important to point out the fact that Moya Boulevard, this property sits on the inside of a curve. And so to put industrial traffic on this with trucks pulling out on the inside of a curve with limited sight distance, I think is far more hazardous than introducing a few more vehicle trips that are residential in nature in a passenger vehicle when they can accelerate at a much greater rate of speed than a truck. But I think most important is, even though it's a 13-acre parcel, in moving forward to look at a multifamily residential site, we brought Stantec in to do a drainage study. And with the flood that we had out there this year in this closed basin, we looked at a couple different scenarios. I'm of the belief that ultimately the city's no longer going to do a straight one-to-one on property in the flood zone. When you remove a certain material, you replace it with the same volume. I could see ending up with like a 1.25 to 1 to start create more capacity in those closed basins. So when we looked at a 1.25 to 1 scenario, which would be positive for the area, we only end up with about 4.7 developable acres on this site. And I can tell you frankly, if you rezone this ultimately to industrial on 4.7 acres, you're not going to get a nice big box inside a concrete tilt-up with no noise except for some truck traffic. You're going to get a much different type of industrial. And if you drive up north on Moya and look at the smaller parcels, there's more a mix of smaller buildings with a lot of outdoor storage, a lot of outdoor activities. So I think from a planning standpoint, given the large amount of adjacency to the existing single-family homes, the inside of the curve, the truck traffic, and the fact that this just doesn't have a demand for any sort of office. There's no office out there. There's no demand for office. And you're not going to end up with a great product type on this small of a parcel with industrial. I truly believe that this makes more sense with mixed residential. That's what Pat bought the property for. He's had this land use designation, and he'd like to move forward and develop the property under a multifamily neighborhood designation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Any other comments on 7.2? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for questions. Sienna, I have a question for you. Based on that map that was just up there, how does that influence staff's opinion of this parcel?
The floodway map?
Sorry, the floodway map, yeah.
So in considering this item, we definitely noted the floodway constraints, and they're going to be a constraint to whatever type of development takes place. In terms of an industrial master plan land use and what could ultimately take place, we certainly agree with Ken. It doesn't lend itself well to a large footprint type of building. It would probably be a smaller building that could potentially have an office. Maybe it would be a lighter industrial kind of flex building. And that would generally be better suited for that particular parcel and the constraints that exist. So we definitely, are in agreement that kind of that smaller footprint and the ability to adjust to those constraints is necessary for whatever type of development moves forward. I think it's just weighing the different types of land uses and the impacts that they could produce. We know that multifamily would produce a greater number of trips exiting onto Moya. We're not to a zoning stage by any stretch of the imagination, but noting that the office or lighter industrial uses would have lower trips, you would actually be reducing the number of cars. And while you might have some trucks, it's not potentially like a distribution center where you would have massive amounts of, trucks actually entering and exiting. So those were some of the considerations that we weighed in terms of preparing the information for you tonight and just generally evaluating the land uses.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Weisky?
Sienna, was local elementary and middle schools, there's 2 elementary schools and a middle school, I believe, in the area. Was that any part of the consideration in the recommendation of industrial? I mean, it seems to me it should have been or would be because of having little kids crossing Moya to go to school. And when I say little kids, there's only 2 schools that are there.
Yeah. Michelle, if you'll switch to the document camera really quick, I can point out the location of the schools in relation. Sorry, this has kind of my handwriting all over it, but what you can see in terms of the site in its location, we have Silver Lake Park here to the south of Moya, and then this is Washoe County's Silver Lake Elementary School. And so in terms of, what are they already next to in terms of the other side of Moya? I mean, they're already on the south side of a distribution warehouse. And so, we do have kind of those general compatibility issues that we've been talking about in terms of, trucks already in place on Moya Boulevard. I just rechecked the staff report. There are plans to widen Moya Boulevard, from 2 to 4 lanes, and that would help accommodate, even additional trips. And so we still feel from the perspective of, if the site will ultimately support kind of smaller footprint industrial uses with lesser trips, that the ultimate impact in terms of the number of cars would be fewer. If the commission is not comfortable with industrial types of uses, the straight translation for this particular site would actually be to single-family neighborhood.
Well, I think, but that's the exact opposite of what I'm saying. Why would you want to put residential on the north side of Moya with kids crossing Moya, bad enough 2 lanes, now you just said it's going to go to 4 lanes, and you're going to have kids walking across the street to an elementary school?
Agreed. And I'm
And the
thinking
carbon
just-
footprint impact of slowing down the traffic to 15 miles an hour, because I'm sure there's going to be, like there is on Stead Boulevard, 15-mile-an-hour zones. Yes?
Yeah, Janelle Thomas, Senior Civil Engineer for the record. So I just wanted to add a quick comment related to your question, Commissioner Weisky, is that, yes, multifamily could be problematic from a traffic standpoint, namely safe routes to school. And you bring up a good point that there would be a significant number of children potentially that would reside in the multifamily units that would have to navigate across that roadway. That does create problems, and we've seen it throughout our community in other locations in which they have to be careful about how they actually zone for the school district. And then they have to provide bus service for potentially the people that would live there because it's not safe for them to cross that roadway.
Any other questions for Sienna or Janelle? Discussion? Certainly entertain a motion as well. Commissioners are at that point.
Mr. Chair, I actually do have a question for Sienna. Sorry,
No worries.
you mentioned that a straight translation of the master plan to the zoning is actually single family. How does this work? It seems like whichever land use master plan designation we put here, we're basically doing an overlay with a zoning that's not conforming to whatever the land use is. How does that work for the actual landowner with respect to any development that they want to go on this, whether it goes industrial or the requested multifamily? How does that work?
Yeah. So if there is a master plan land use designation that is assigned and the underlying zoning does not conform with it, following the adoption of the master plan, we have basically a year to initiate changes to our code, and that would be generally our code and then also our zoning map. And so it would be on the city to start moving forward with zone changes to conforming zoning districts. So as we've applied the proposed land use categories, we've tried to do so in a way that minimizes the number of those nonconformities. In some locations, this in particular being one, we were comfortable assigning kind of a master plan land use category where we thought it would help to create a more cohesive development pattern also, limit some of the challenges that we have with, multifamily potentially occurring in this location if we were to go with the mixed neighborhood designation that the property owner and applicant's representative are seeking, or property owner's representative is seeking. So, we have work ahead either way, if it's mixed neighborhood as is being requested, or whether it's industrial as proposed by staff in terms of a zone change. The only land use designation that would not require a future zone change would be single-family neighborhood, and that's because it would be a direct translation based on the adopted zoning district.
Thank you for that clarification.
Questions, discussion, motion?
Before, Commissioner Johnson, I need maybe a point of discussion for us in terms of what we're looking at, and not to, each one of these is an individual case that we're looking at. I find it interesting here that we've got a site that, quite frankly, when I look at it, is not really suitable for much of anything. And that's just to be honest. Applicant applicant's representative pointed out the actual buildable area on this is barely suitable for the single-family residence that it's zoned at right now, because there's such a small amount of working around the drainage. In comparing that to perhaps the previous and the future one, where the parcel had a viable use one way or the other. On this one, and I guess maybe to wrap it back around, what we're looking at here in both cases is an applicant that has an existing master plan designation that allows them to do certain things. And the revised master plan application limits what it is that they're going to do. Are we, as the Planning Commission, okay with that? And is that due to the site, the specific site, the site constraints? That's the question that I throw out there for discussion. That's the one I'm looking at. But I guess to then look at it from a very specific standpoint and look at it from this site and the area and that I'm familiar with, it as was pointed out in the staff report, south of Moya Boulevard and east of Moya Boulevard is entirely different than north of Moya Boulevard. And I think to encourage a single family or a multifamily in that location based on what we know, what's there now and what we know, I'm not necessarily in favor of limiting, changing what a property owner is allowed to do. But in this case, I just have a hard time not accepting what is being recommended from the staff standpoint because of those constraints. So I know I probably bounced around a whole bunch of different directions there, and I apologize for that. I'm just trying to open this up for where my thoughts are as part of the discussion. So based on that, I think I've given you guys a few things to talk about.
Appreciate it. We needed them. Commissioner Marshall.
I think there also is a difference between our first one and this one, in that first one was trying to preserve an option that was available to them under the existing designations, whereas this one, there really is, what we're talking about is the landowner wants a particular change to fit their development plan, and staff is recommending an alternative recommendation. So there is, no matter, you couldn't do what apparently the landowner wants to do under the existing designations. Is that correct? So it really is, in my mind, kind of a more of an exercise in what is the appropriate planning designation, which is, I think, what kind of you were saying for this site, and it's a really small site. And I'll take a big gamble here and move to recommend staff's recommendation, or provide direction to staff's recommendation to designate this as industrial.
Okay. Have a motion. How about a second on that? Commissioner Hawkins.
Commissioner Hawkins, second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, unanimous direction.
I know, so was I.
All right, so we'll move on to 7.3, another master plan map for Benny Lane area.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Again, for the record, Sienna Reed. This is the last item relating to the draft land use map that will come forward before you on October 18th. The subject site consists of 3 parcels. They total about 4.26 acres, and they're generally located near the intersection of Benny Lane and Gardella Avenue. At this point, they have a current land use designation of Special Planning Area Dandini Regional Center, and they are supported by the mixed-use Dandini Regional Center zoning. In terms of what is allowed based on that zoning designation, a range of residential uses, a range of commercial uses, a little bit more of a limited approach to industrial uses. This is an area that is being impacted by the choices in December of 2016 to move away from the special planning area land use category and apply the distinct categories in the draft land use plan. So, for this particular area, what, we've been tasked with doing is saying, okay, what is the existing development pattern? And for those parcels that are vacant, what would be an appropriate development pattern from a land use perspective? And in addition to this, as we go forth and do this, keep in mind that we're trying to clearly define where we do have employment opportunities. So as proposed under the draft land use plan, mixed employment is proposed for all 3 of the parcels. And in applying this designation, what we did was really take a look at what is the surrounding land use pattern. So lands west of US 395 in this particular area. So if you think of west of 395 and then kind of east of Gardella, we have a kind of a mix of lighter industrial uses, some even heavier industrial uses, and then institutional uses. We also have, some existing residential, as you can see on the map, whether those be single or multifamily uses. We do have that in place, but that's generally to the south of the particular subject site. So in the feedback that we've received from the property owner, there is a desire for the suburban mixed-use land use category. Again, this would allow for a range of conforming zoning districts in the future. One of those would be mixed use. Again, MF30 to support multifamily, host of commercial zones allowed, as well as office and PUD. What we've heard from the property owner, and they are here tonight, is that future residential or hotel uses are desired on the subject site. And so when we think about the site characteristics in relation to what's the best land use, what we've noted is, all of the parcels are currently vacant. For the most part, they're relatively flat. There are some steeper slopes on the southernmost portion of the site. And then from that surrounding use perspective, really to the south and the west is where we have residential uses. To the south, we have apartments, currently zoned mixed-use Dandini Regional Center. To the west, we have those detached single-family homes zoned SF4. Then to the north and the east, things start to change. So to the north, we have, directly north, kind of a bus terminal zoned mixed-use Dandini Regional Center, more industrial-oriented uses even further north of that. And then directly to the east, we have the Juvenile Detention Center run by Washoe County, and some additional vacant land that also currently has the mixed-use Dandini Regional Center zoning. One thing that we've noted in the staff report, just in terms of the physical characteristics surrounding the site, what we have is a pretty substantial grade change between the subject site and Gardella Avenue. So kind of as you head to the west, all of the residential is situated above the subject sites. And so when you take into account that grade change, the distance to the residential, and then Gardella Avenue itself, what you have is a pretty nice buffer right now between those residential uses to the west and the south of the site, and then whatever future type of development could take place on the subject site. And so as you consider this this evening, certainly, the findings from the employment demand forecast and needs assessment kind of been a commonality through all of the items that we've considered tonight. And then land use compatibility. As we look to move away from special planning area, it really comes down to what are we trying to achieve? And what we've noted is that the mixed employment land use category, it does focus on employment uses. It is aimed to be less intensive than, say, the industrial master plan land use category, focus on those types of uses that would typically take place indoors. And from a staff perspective, what we've noted is that the mixed employment really would provide what we feel is a good transition from those industrial and institutional uses to the north and the east of the site. And then as you move kind of to the southwest through the site to those existing residential uses further to the west and to the south. So from a compatibility perspective, that's really where staff is coming from. We do have concerns that residential uses or a hotel type of use on the subject site would be directly adjacent to the juvenile detention center. So you would have kind of some more higher intensity uses next to those existing existing institutional uses. And then just more broadly, the Benny Lane area to the north and west of the site has quite a few industrial type uses in place. So our recommendation for you tonight is to consider the information in the staff report. We do support application of the mixed employment land use category. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thanks very much. Last for disclosures again on this item, Commissioner Weisky.
I visited the site.
Commissioner Hawkins visited the site.
None.
Commissioner Gower, no. Commissioner Gower, no disclosures.
Commissioner Johnson, no disclosures.
Commissioner Marshall, none.
Commissioner Olivas, no disclosures.
Okay, excellent. Do have the property owner, Robert Fitzgerald, here to make a comment under public comment.
Robert Fitzgerald, owner. Could I have that one site shot you've got of Benny Lane and the surrounding uses up?
The aerial?
Yeah, well, that one. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Okay. Staff makes some interesting points regarding transition, and I'm not here to argue with her points. I bought this to put multifamily or a mix of multifamily and lodging on the site, which, if you were looking at it from a transitional standpoint, is perfectly reasonable. I've got apartments to the west of me, directly to the west of me, rather large apartment complex, I might add. To the west of that is single family, which is my project, which will be ongoing. I've got Dandini Research Center, which I don't think they'll be changing. We've got TMCC just on the other side of the freeway. There's a great deal of interest from those uses to see lodging and housing for workforce and visiting professors and others. That's why we bought the property. The zoning we have is the only thing that really works for what we want to do, and we are currently in the process of putting plans together to submit to the city for development immediately. I don't know why that the city would necessarily feel a great need to change the zoning here. I can understand why they suggest it. Their suggestion's viable, but it's not what I want. It's not what it's zoned, and it's not what I want to use it for. So just from the transitional standpoint alone, the uses I have in mind jive with the mixed-use zoning it has. And as far as industrial and big box goes, I understand in some of the other instances that were in front of you tonight that there is industrial surrounding those properties. Well, there's not industrial surrounding mine. The industrial that she's suggesting, this is, lies, well, it's not, you can't even see it on this plan. Well, you can see a little corner of it here. It's not adjacent, it's on the other side of a railroad tracks, totally away from the property. This area right at the moment is primarily residential if you were to take it in as a whole. Anyway, I want to preserve my zoning. I'm going to be bringing plans in accordingly. I don't know why there would be any real driving need to change it. That's it.
Okay. Thanks very much. So commissioners, I will bring it back to you. You've heard from Sienna, heard from the property owner. Do you have any questions for staff? Commissioner Marshall?
So the outdoor manufacturing that that special use permit, that's just right?
Correct. It's in, maybe
The
Sienna
bill-
can point that out. You're referring to the case in the last meeting that we had.
Yeah, that's just where that darker part of the pavement is, isn't it, or is it?
Yeah, so
Linear.
it's really kind of this long parcel
Yeah.
right there. Sorry.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Last time we saw, talking about high desert truss. And remember that cone of audibility that he showed us? And one of the commissioners asked, what's that gonna change if something else comes in here as far as residential? Well, it's here now. So what do we do?
Commissioner Hawkins, Commissioner Gower, I had the same question when I saw it, seeing the proximity to that project that we looked at last go around. That was a question for sure. Sienna, did you?
If I remember correctly from the location of the outdoor manufacturing, it was generally, and Claudia can probably confirm better, about in this location on the parcel? Maybe a little bit.
At the farthest, I think it's closer, the other direction, closer to par. It's
Yeah,
more up in there.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, so, generally the sound study that was prepared for that particular location, if memory serves me correctly, did show that there was, adequate distance to mitigate the uses. And from an operation perspective, I know that it was limited in terms of hours. So from a general distance perspective, the subject sites are probably just a little bit further away, maybe kind of in the range of about, similar distance, but maybe just a tiny bit further away. And
Also, just for the record, that case has been appealed to city council because of noise.
Good to know. Commissioners, other questions? Discussion? I'll just say for discussion that I thought Sienna made a good point from a, sort of a higher level look at it with the buffer there that exists with the grade change. And there's kind of an existing separation there between the residential uses and then more of the industrial type uses. So I thought she made a good point with that separation exists, and the logic was there for me with that, that distinction between the residential and more industrial type.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
Commissioner Weisky, when I went out, and this is the reason I did go out and look at it, is because the intersection of Gardella and Benny Lane, to me, is the dividing point between residential and professional office or industrial uses. And that means properties on both sides, north side and south side of Benny Lane. You know, once you get on Benny Lane, those properties that have Benny Lane addresses appear to be industrial or have the desire to be built out as industrial properties. Then you have slope up and the residential starts. And since we are discussing the trust company also, that was part of our discussion and our, at least for me, was part of being able to find why, you know, the house was being up the hill and the sound was not as critical during certain hours. Because that is an industrial area. And so, you know, I have a hard time with that. And I have a hard time with it with the other two cases. That's why I didn't vote on them. But this one, you know, you've got enough industrial around you. You've got a 24-hour bus facility to the north. You have a 24-hour juvenile incarceration facility to the east of it. I know of some projects, industrial type projects that are being proposed at Benny and West Lane to the east of the existing building. So, you know, I have a hard time putting constraints on properties next to what is there for residential, but right now we've got, if what I understand and what I've read is you've got mixed use allocated there now. Is that correct, Sienna? I mean,
That is correct. We have a special planning area land use
Mhm.
designation that we're looking to move away from. And then because the zoning is mixed use, we have kind of a wider range of uses that are allowed. And so it really does, you know, come back to that higher level master plan land use compatibility perspective in terms of now that we're trying to move away from special planning area, revisit some of these areas that maybe allow for a pretty wide range of uses. What's the general desired development pattern in these places?
I mean, I know in the master plan update that a lot of my thought process behind looking to see where we're proposing different uses is where is there a clean cut dividing line? Where is the buffer? If we're going to change something, and that's why the first project that we saw tonight was pretty easy for me to know the direction I felt it should be going in, is because of where the buffering is, where the line of separation is. And this one, I'm a little bit torn. I believe I see it, but I also have, you know, before us, we have an owner who's saying, I'm ready to build right in the middle of an industrial area, some apartments. You know, the only thing I wish we could do is I wish we could dedicate right now that 50% of those will be for low-income families. Make it Section 8 housing, because, you know, we need workforce housing. But maybe that'll come up in the future. My thoughts.
Property owner is indicating that he wants to make a comment. Commissioner Weisky, if you'd like to ask him, I'd be curious to hear what he has to say to that.
Come on
comment.
up, Rob.
Well, I'm a developer that likes to go where the need is because that's the safest place for us. And right at the moment, and you'll see more of this from me, but the need is for workforce housing. I like to think that's affordable housing in Reno because we don't have we have a workforce that can't afford three, four, $2,000 apartments. The zoning here allows me to do something along the lines of $700, $800 a month apartments for singles and couples that isn't easily done in most of the zoning districts in town. Because of the intensity I can do in terms of number of units, I can put studios of a fair intensity on this site, get the prices down, and make it more affordable. Because this ties into the balance of my development and just where I see the need going. Likewise with the lodging, and that really relates more to Dandini and TMCC because they've got a lot of big plans there, as you probably know better than I do. There's just nothing like it in the area. Kind of an extended stay kind of use is a possibility mixed into smaller studio type or junior one-bedroom units that are truly affordable. Affordable especially to what I see as the current user, which is your, I hate to use the word because it's probably way overused, but your millennial who's tending to be single longer and who's not necessarily looking for a three-bedroom apartment, who's not necessarily looking to live with 3 or 4 housing mates in a larger structure, but is looking for a small, affordable unit. And I also want to say that in a way, this is sort of a high tide lifts all boats. I'm going to have housing available to the people who are now being forced out of your motels, your weeklies. I'm not saying I'm looking for those particular tenants necessarily, but my use that I'm looking at will create a place for people to go and maybe make more of what's left of that available to people who can't afford anything else. That's what I'm looking to do. Now, I'm not here, I don't know how we would ever do anything more than this is me telling you what I want to do. You hit on something.
That's a great explanation. Unfortunately, we can't consider a project that doesn't exist. But
exactly.
At least your thought process is interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Question for Sienna. Sienna, you mentioned an extended stay, and you have it in your staff report, the hotel piece of it. How does that fit in with mixed employment? I mean, it's kind of a blended type use, isn't it?
So the conforming zoning districts proposed for mixed employment are general office, professional office, and then industrial, commercial, industrial business, and then even industrial. And that would probably be applied on a more limited basis, just noting the ultimate goal of the mixed employment land use category. So lodging uses aren't, per the proposed plan, really factoring at all in the proposed land use category. We do anticipate changes to our zoning code once we're done with that process, and I think we could potentially evaluate where those uses stand in IB and IC in the future. That's kind of one of the things that we do want to look at, but as it stands right now, lodging uses are not something that would be supported. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Weisky.
if there's no further discussion, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to staff to change, to apply to these two properties before us tonight, mixed-use designation.
Commissioner Weisky, you're indicating mixed use. Which one? Are you saying staff's recommendation for mixed employment, or you're
Well,
going?
my packet doesn't have a recommendation on it, and that's why I said for both parcels.
So it's my understanding that staff is recommending mixed employment under the employment category, and you're indicating mixed use. there are three different types of mixed use: horizontal, vertical, and downtown.
So just
Urban.
for a little bit of clarity, what the property owner would like to see is the suburban mixed-use land use category applied. That would be supportive of the mixed-use zone that's in place, as well as a host of other zoning districts that, allow for commercial, residential, and lodging uses.
I will modify it then to include to be specific to suburban mixed use.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry.
Mine says horizontal mixed use, so I'm still catching up here. Have a motion. How about a second?
Commissioner Johnson, I will second Commissioner Weiske's recommendation.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Marshall?
As I understand, I'll be voting against the motion because I think we're just potentially citing residential right next to, adjacent to a whole lot of noisy industrial and other mixed employment uses that already exist. And that, to me, I thought you were going a little different way, Commissioner Weisky, when you said that, to me, and I've, been through this area, that's the dividing line. That's the clean break that I think we're just gonna, part of our job are to make these hard calls about how we're gonna separate uses, incompatible uses. And I see this as more likely locating incompatible uses with each other rather than kind of separating out those different types of uses.
Commissioner Gower, I'm going to echo what Commissioner Marshall says. For me, the break was there between the mixed employment industrial type uses and the residential with the buffer that Sienna indicated in her presentation. So that's where I'm at. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? No? So Commissioners Weisky, Hawkins, Johnson, and Olivas in favor. Commissioners Griffith, Gower, and Marshall opposed. 4-3. Carries. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we are going to move on then on our agenda to item 8, which is the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Liaison Report. We had a meeting last week, and we have a meeting coming up next month. We have the regional plan update underway. Just a reminder to go online, do the survey, like Lauren told us to at the last meeting. They're really advocating for that feedback to inform the regional plan update. Staff announcements.
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. At the last council meeting, Sierra Senior Center was approved by City Council. The billboard ordinance was adopted. I'm done. And then the adult business ordinance was, the recommendation was to move forward with the review of the ordinance, with the draft ordinance that was upheld by City Council. A very close vote. So you will be seeing the proposed wording for Title 18 for the revisions to the adult business ordinance. That's all I have.
Claudia, can you who appealed the
Trust company?
the trust? Yeah.
Councilman McKenzie. Councilman McKenzie?
Okay.
We had a few appeals from that night, so I'll give you an update on that later once we get more information.
Commissioner.
So other appeals were filed from that action?
On other cases from that night, on other decisions.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly what the other cases were right now. but I will. Do you remember, Michelle?
CVS.
Oh, CVS, and I thought, oh no, the pizza place decided not to appeal.
They didn't appeal.
They were going to and didn't, so it was CVS on the sign.
And, oh, the CVS appeal.
Yes.
Item 10, Commissioner suggestions for future agenda items. Commissioner Hawkins, you can't make the comment anymore. You got the
I just
information
wanted
you were
to
looking
thank
for.
our lovely lady up there for giving me the email or the note saying where our sustainability lies and the charts that go with it. So that one's done.
What you wanted. Public comment. Seeing no one left in the chambers to make a comment, we will move on to adjournment. How about a motion? How about a second? Good night. Good night, everyone. Good meeting.